So, last night, some of us were enjoying dinner at Balliol College, which is reputed to be one of the oldest colleges in Oxford. And today we're holding our event here. And next year, in 2026, we are going to celebrate our 30th birthday, so a lot younger than Balliol College. But we're very proud that we are one of the world's leading business schools and embedded within the University of Oxford, which some of you may know has been ranked the #1 university in the world for the past 10 years running. So that's quite an achievement. And hopefully, and I'm sure it was, ranked #1 university in the world, you know, for many centuries before that. So it's wonderful to see you all here today. Our exceptional student and teacher finalists, our colleagues, judges, and our friends and partners who've joined us in Oxford from across the world. Today marks the culmination of a journey that began with over 1,600 entries from over 75 countries. A journey powered by imagination, collaboration, and courage. Each of you sitting here today has already achieved something remarkable. Out of thousands of ideas and lessons, yours stood out for their innovation, humanity, creativity, and most importantly, their purpose. You're not just finalists, you are already winners. And we could not be prouder than to welcome you here to Oxford. So why don't we give you all a round of applause. So at our school, Saïd Business School, we believe that education is not simply about learning what is, but imagining what could be. The Oxford Saïd Global Climate Challenge was created to give young people and educators the space to do just that, to connect knowledge with action and show how ideas born in classrooms can shape a fairer and more sustainable world. This year's finalists embody that spirit brilliantly. Our student teams represent 6 nations: Indonesia, we're the Indonesian team, the United States, the Philippines, Canada, South Korea, and China. Their projects remind us how technology, creativity, and empathy can come together to tackle the defining challenge of our time. From transforming waste into opportunity, to restoring ecosystems, to re-engineering materials for a circular future, each solution is a glimpse of what tomorrow could look like when young minds are given the freedom to dream briefly. Our teacher finalists from China, India, Malaysia, Lebanon, and the United Kingdom, got one in, are equally inspiring. Their lesson plans go beyond textbooks and classrooms. They invite students to question, to build, to code, to experiment, and to imagine their roles as global citizens. They remind us that teaching is not only a profession, but a form of leadership, one that nurtures curiosity, courage, and compassion in equal measure. This challenge sits at the heart of Oxford Saïd's mission to create impact from within, empowering individuals who, through their ideas and actions, generate positive change from beyond our walls. Whether through our research, our executive education, or our youth initiatives, we aim to show that business, technology, and education are not separate from sustainability. They are its most powerful enablers. And none of this would be possible without the partnerships that bring this work to life. I'd like to take a moment to thank Paul Lynn from No Plus, our global judges, mentors and collaborators for their time, expertise, and generosity. And to our students and teachers, thank you for reminding us why we do this work. You show us that leadership can begin at any age, that innovation can come from anywhere, and that hope, when coupled with actions, can truly change the world. As you present your ideas today, please remember that what matters is not just the outcome, but the conversations you start, the ripple effects that your ideas can create in your communities, your schools, and the wider world. So on behalf of us all at Saïd Business School and the University of Oxford, welcome once again. Congratulations on reaching this incredible stage, and thank you for being part of this global movement for change. I'm now going to introduce you to our distinguished panel of judges. So thank you very much, judges, for coming and participating today. So in no particular order, but just the order written down on here. You're not sitting in this order, so you might want to raise your hands. Dr. Abra Chaudhry, who's our Senior Research Fellow here. And Abra works on climate adaptation, sustainability, and systems thinking, and has informed policy and practice across many sectors. Next, in no particular order, Christina Yanzeng, who's the CEO of the Metaverse Institute. And she's the global leader in the use of immersive technology for climate and education. Frances Lloyd, who's a fellow and director of sustainability at Wadham College, Oxford, and she brings deep expertise in sustainable operations and institutional change. Professor Julian Reineck, who's our Professor of Management Studies, and very importantly, our Academic Director for Youth Climate Initiatives here at the school, whose research connects purpose, ethics, and sustainability in organizations. Rob Pavey, who's headmaster of Cheney School in Oxford. And he's a passionate advocate for civic education and climate awareness in UK schools. And finally, last but by no means least, Subra, and I'm not even going to try and pronounce your surname. Can you pronounce your surname for us? Thank you. So she is chief editor of Nature's Global Edition and one of the most respected voices in science journalism today. So thank you all for generously giving up your time today, and we're looking forward to hearing all of your remarks as well. So, am I giving the briefing on the judges' scoring? Okay. So the way this is going to work, everyone, is the judges have got a framework which includes 10 criteria for evaluation. So they've got a lot of work to do, these judges, haven't they? Each entry is going to be scored out of 10 points for each criteria, with 1 being the lowest and 10 being the highest. And the criteria are designed to assess originality, relevance, scalability, clarity of communication, and more. And so the whole list is in your judging pack. Gosh, we're going to have a lot of work. So I am going to join you as a judge today because, very sadly, our COO, Manos Kaptarian, who is a huge supporter of this initiative, is very sadly ill, and I didn't really want him spreading his germs over us all. So I'm going to take his place instead. And just to let you all know, I actually haven't seen anybody's presentations because Anshul and Purdy wouldn't let me, even though I begged them, but they wouldn't let me. So it will be truly fair for everyone. So thank you very much. I'm going to wish you all good luck, and I'm going to hand you over to Anshul. Thank you.
Thank you, Jo. Well, hello, everyone. I know you must have been tired of seeing me throughout the weekend. So I'm not going to take much of your time. I would like to announce the teacher finalists. We've got Christopher Rowley from SPSG International School, Chengdu in China. Second finalist, we've got Matt Hewlett from Digit All Charity in the UK. We've got Roudaina Kassam from NAFTA in Lebanon, who unfortunately will be joining us virtually for her presentation. The fourth finalist is Som Mandal from GD Goenka School in New Delhi, India. Fifth finalist is Woon Dakian from Oxford Integrated Learning Center in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And I know, Julianne, you might wonder, but as we like to keep things interesting, this year we have a sixth teacher finalist as well. She is Joanna Chen from Jinling High School, Hexi campus in Nanjing, China. So without any further delay, I invite Christopher Rowley to please come up and for his presentation.
Hello, good morning everybody. Firstly, my name's Chris Rowley, and I'm delighted to share with you my climate change proposal for this year. So this is a 20-lesson journey students will undertake to ultimately answer this final big question here. So a little bit about my background. I serve as the Head of Humanities at this school, SPGS International School in Chengdu. We are closely aligned to our sister school in London, St. Paul's Girls' School, which is the top performing independent school in the UK for the past decade now. So I've not just created a series of singular lesson plans, but rather a holistic and inquiry-based curriculum. And this is based on Jerome Bruner's spiral curriculum theory, who suggested that learning is most powerful when key concepts are continually revisited, each time at a deeper level. So the overall big question sits at the very top, but also each individual lesson is framed around an inquiry-based question, where students are practicing skills such as critiquing, critical thinking, and problem solving. So the curriculum is divided into 3 parts. From lessons 1 to 6, students will be understanding the problems of climate change. From lessons 7 to 16, students will be exploring the impacts. And finally, from lessons 17 to 20, students will be creating solutions. So by the time they reach this final pinnacle, these solutions will be deeply interconnected and ready for real-world application. So the contents of my presentation is today as follows. I'm initially going to, sorry about the formatting there, introduce the role of adaptive teaching strategies before showcasing part 1 of the curriculum, part 2, as well as part 3, before ending with a final Q&A. Okay, so starting with the role of adaptive teaching strategies now. So each lesson plan is framed like such. However, as highlighted, I just want to discuss the role of adaptive teaching. As stated by the Department for Education in England, in their teaching standards, it really is essential all learners are able to access the curriculum. And this is equally important for my own educational context, because we have a high number of those with English as an additional language need. So I just really want to showcase some of the strategies this curriculum uses to support such learners. And one way we do this is through differentiated questioning, where the teacher uses a hierarchy of questioning in order to drive understanding. So for example, in lesson 1, we use these question matrices to generate foundational understanding on climate change before pushing them into higher order thinking using Socratic type questioning here. So other adaptive teaching strategies this curriculum employs involves the use of dual coding to reinforce challenging lexis, feed forwarding modes. So for example, in lesson 1, the teacher distributes a digital exit ticket to gauge baseline understanding on climate change before these misconceptions are then readdressed and retaught in lesson 2. Scaffolding, so the curriculum supports learners through various means to support specifically their learning, research, and assessment. And last but not least, chunking, where challenging concepts are taught in manageable steps. Okay, so introducing part 1 of the curriculum now. Where, as mentioned, in lesson 1, we use these question matrices initially just to generate talk on climate change. The students will then analyze a range of climatic data and cross-reference this with UN-published indexes, particularly on those countries vulnerable to climate change, just to see if there are any tangible impacts here. And as for the main activity, the students will use ArcGIS software to inquire as to the possible global causes of climate change here as well. And then this foundational work continues into lessons 2 and 3, where students will brainstorm the impacts of extreme weather events and solutions to these as well. And this begins by focusing on a local scale, analyzing how the Karuk tribe in Northern California use prescribed burning as a way to mitigate the impacts of drought. Students will then work in research and discussion groups to analyze and then synthesize findings from an IPCC weather report. And then in lesson 3, students will brainstorm ideas as to why the Netherlands, despite 26% of its territory actually being below sea level, is not underwater. They will then take this contextual understanding and apply it to the United Nations Stop Disaster Prevention game in order to simulate their responses to flooding. Then in lessons 4 to 6, we make the curriculum more local and immediate in our air pollution unit, where students will design and collect data related to local air quality. And our school is perfectly situated to conduct this field work with both major roads, as you can see, to the south, as well as to the west of the school. So in order to conduct their hypotheses, students will conduct traffic counts, as well as use these air pollution sensors to measure and test local air quality, giving them critical, valuable hands-on experience of field work. And also within the curriculum itself, there is very careful consideration over safeguarding. So even prior to the curriculum even starting, the teacher ascertains informed consent from both the participants and their guardians. And in preparation for field work, the teacher also produces a field work risk assessment, which acknowledges the potential dangers that may arise through field work. And as you can see also in the class as well, the students equally discuss these safety concerns too. Okay, over to part 2 of the curriculum now, exploring the impacts, where in lesson 7, we use a case study of the town of Mopti in Mali, where students are not just simply reading about drought, but instead they're interpreting these climatic and river discharge graphs in order to interpret the life and death situations of local farmers and herders. So these living graph exercises designed by David Leet, these are a fantastic example of showcasing ethical geography through building empathy and connecting this to wider systems thinking. Then over the preceding lessons, students will research the impacts of food shortages in this region, the Ordos region within the Inner Mongolian Plateau, where climatic changes have resulted in increased evapotranspiration alongside reduced precipitation. And this is coupled with enhanced urbanization, which has resulted in the severe decline in the self-sufficiency rates of plant-based foods in this region, particularly that of wheat. So this really does demonstrate to the students that the impacts of food shortages are not far away, but they're happening right on their doorstep, whilst also potentially simultaneously addressing the negative stereotype that these impacts only occur in low-income countries. Then, students will apply principles of sustainable agricultural practices through a narrated presentation of their design by using Minecraft education. And in order to kickstart them on their research journey, the teacher provides various digital scaffolding links as shown. Okay, in lessons 13 to 16, we deep dive into biodiversity on our doorstep in Jingcheng Park, where students will become field ecologists in a park of over 1.6 million square meters. So they'll conduct transect surveys, use apps like iNaturalist to document species of fauna and flora, and collect data on how humans have impacted the local biodiversity in this park, making explicit wider connections to climate change. Finally, creating solutions now, where in lessons 17 to 19, we synthesize everything through concept mapping, connecting different areas of the curriculum together, such as air pollution to health, or food security to economic insecurity. Then in lesson 20, everything culminates in a final Dragon's Den pitch, where students must initially articulate a clear problem. They must also design and create a well-informed, well-researched, innovative solution to this problem. And this solution also should be evaluated from both a socio-economic and environmental lens. And there also needs to be careful consideration in the role of stakeholder involvement in its implementation. So this is a whole school curriculum, so students are expected to liaise both with subject experts in the school and sourcing those externally. So some examples could be working with IT companies to create apps, or for example, working in-house with the science department, conducting science experiments, for example, analysing the role of algae in purifying air. So this pitch will take place in the school theatre in front of judges from various sectors. And Chengdu makes a great location for this because there are many companies from the global top 500. And we can reach out to these companies and they will form part of the judging panel alongside other personnel. 9 minutes. Oh, okay. Well, I think I've covered everything, but thank you. Yeah, the other part of the judging panel will also be other carefully selected personnel, such as environmentalists, business leaders, entrepreneurs as well. So here's my references today. Sorry for the formatting, it changed a little. But yeah, thank you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to.
Thank you, Chris, for that wonderful presentation. The judges, you have 5 minutes for any Q&A, questions that you might have for Chris.
Chris, when you move back to the UK, would you like a job? So, just one question, really. What age group is this aimed at? You did say it, but I missed it.
Yeah, so I've just started this since October. So we're looking at year 9, those top year 9 performers going into Key Stage 4. Yes.
Thank you so much. Just could you talk a little bit more on the kind of field design, and have you already done those field work, and what are you learning from it?
Yeah, so we've only just since October we've covered only 2 lessons. So the next lesson we'll start to prepare field work. However, in my regular role, I teach geography, so we have done field work related to like urbanization, field surveys as well for land use surveys, so I'm familiar with the fieldwork process. Because of the time I couldn't delve into this, but we follow certainly in our air pollution unit the scientific method, where students have to present their methodologies, their findings, so there is some debrief on that as well, for example.
Any? Yep, Julianne.
Super fascinating course. I wish I could take it. How does this relate to the regular curriculum that the students are taking? Is that part of the geography lessons that you do? Is it kind of a new kind of course? How does this integrate with the existing curriculum?
It's a good question. What I've found is I currently teach IGCSE, which is an international GCSE, I'm sure as you know, geography. The old curriculum, however, there isn't much links to sustainability. However, they have updated the new curriculum to kind of coincide with this. So I'm currently running this to a select group of students. In our school, we have almost like a high flyer group where it's the top performing academic students. So from year 9 and year 10, so they've almost like the test dummies for this curriculum, so we've only just begun on that.
May I request the judges to please use your microphone so we can get for the live streaming. Thank you.
A very quick question. So you mentioned that you are also looking at engaging with Fortune 500 companies. So what are your detailed plan?
Yeah, I need to liaise with my CEO on that. She's more familiar with the business aspect. My role is to, like I said, design the framework for the curriculum, teach the students, but it's with that, she has the connections on that side, so it's my job to liaise effectively with her and plan for that. Because it's at the end of a 20-week course, at least we have time to prepare for that as well. Thank you.
You've got a question from Shubhra, yes.
Yeah, thank you, lovely presentation. I am wondering what vetting of the science that goes into informing this curriculum are you doing? Are you contacting scientists who do these works? And the second is, what's your stakeholder engagement like? Do you I know that you've just begun, but do you also go back to the community and get the pulse of how it is impacting them, or, yeah?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Thank you for the question. So perhaps going back to that. So designing this curriculum, I like to use the word, it's very skeletal. It's not, there is definitely room for expansion, and because this is quite like a prototype, the more we run with this, the more we can edit that. In terms of curriculum and community stakeholder, for sure that's something that we want to do. One of our school values is community, so when doing the Dragon's Den pitch, we can also select certain members of the audience as well, perhaps this, tapping into our parent community as well, because there are a lot of business leads there in terms of that. And going in the scientific kind of input to that, again, thank you for that question. Yeah, again, that's something we can always extend to this curriculum, so we can have certain maybe subject talks that are interlinked within the different themes. So although we say 20 weeks, it can be very flexible. It could be even over the course of the year, for example, going into 30 weeks. That facilitates that.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, we're going to take one last question from one of the student finalists.
So I heard you mention that this lesson plan is meant for students who are the forerunners of the grade 9 at your school. How do you plan to implement these lessons for students who might not necessarily perform as well in a traditional classroom setting?
Yeah, that's a great question. That links back to what I originally said is the role of adaptive teaching. So I have to go through all the slides again. Adaptive teaching strategies here. So here's some of the methods we employ to deal with these EAL learners, as we call. So that will take a lot of careful planning, is reviewing the content and perhaps making a bilingual strand to that we can roll out more mainstream to such students. So we may have to remove some elements of the course, but keeping the key core aims of the course. Is that okay? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid we are out of time for the Q&A, but Chris is around. I'm sure you guys are also around for the whole day, so we'll get enough time. Thank you, Chris, for that wonderful presentation. Can we have Matt?
Hello, everybody. I'm really nervous, so I'm just going to smile and hope I do my best. So, yeah, thanks for having me. Really appreciate being invited. I know it's been called a competition, but this really is a celebration, I think, of shared values, ideals, and aims. And it's been such an inspirational weekend, sort of meeting and talking to everybody here. So, huge thank you to the organisers and everybody that's made the time to come here. It's been brilliant to sort of share some values and time with you. My name is Matt Huler. I'm from a charity called Digital. We're an educational charity that focuses on digital skills and education here in the UK. And I'm going to start with some stuff that you guys, I think, will probably know better than me, to be honest with you, but it really sets the context and the landscape for the unit of work that we've made, or the series of work that we've made. We know, as we can see from the quotes on the screen, that we are in a climate crisis. And I think one of the real shames of that climate crisis, of which there are many, but one of the real challenging shames is that the people who have done the least to cause this crisis are the ones that are going to feel the biggest impact of it. And I am bringing this up really because I think it speaks to the fact that this is a global systemic, well, it is definitely a global systemic issue that requires all people around the world to do their best and utmost to make a change in a positive way, whether that is local action or global action, or anywhere in between. I think it's incumbent on all of us to do everything that we possibly can. And one of the ways that we can try and address these global systemic challenges is through technology and innovation. And we know, as we're going to see amazing examples later on this afternoon, of young people who are doing exactly that, that technology and innovation is one of the ways, one of the key ways that we can start to try and make the world a better place and envision the sort of future that we want. And as a digital educational charity, of course, technology and innovation is something that's core to our aims and beliefs and the things that we try and achieve. But that in itself, actually, and again, I'm sure that many of you will know this better than me, presents its own issues. So, for example, if we want to think of addressing systemic issues in the climate area via technology, then actually we need to have the best possible throughput of individuals representing all different areas of the world, cultures, genders, etc., etc. And I'm sure we're aware that that's not something that's as good as it could be. So we need to think carefully about how, as educators, we are challenging and developing in that area, especially if we're going to try and take those technological innovations to driving down towards net zero. But we also have this challenge that while many people, adults and young people, are highly engaged, look around us, highly engaged with the climate emergency, actually, as reports are showing in the UK recently, it's a report from the Royal Meteorological Society from Reading, just down the road from here, that many young people are highly engaged but actually don't have that climate literacy that we would hope that they would have. So there's real work to be done, as always. And that really kind of sets the context for the unit of work that we are trying to develop here at the charity, because we are broadly a charity that aims to develop and enrich and support teacher training, schemes of work for young people, to experience workshops for them to attend, as well as supporting teachers directly. And one of the key ways that we feel the best way to do that is through schemes of work and modes of learning that are based on meaningful, purposeful context. And what could be more meaningful and purposeful than trying to address the climate emergency? So it's a real honour to be able to do that. And we are, as a team, we're a very small charity, but as a team, we're very passionate about the environment. I'm also, as an individual, very passionate about the environment. So prior to establishing the charity, sort of lived on farms in Europe, on permaculture organisations and things like that. So this is my youngest son and I planting some trees in a Portuguese permaculture thing. I just wanted to put a picture of my kid on the screen now, I'll be honest with you, but I mean, it's a real privilege to be able to say, actually, my personal and my professional life, I get to think about, developing climate solutions and things like that. So I'm here to talk today, finally, about our scheme of work, which is Coding for Climate Action. Now, it's actually a 4-unit scheme of work. So we have a unit for year 4, year 5, year 6, and year 7, and we've got one for year 8 that's under development as well. But I've been nominated for the year 6 one, so I'm going to focus on that, but I'm happy to talk about any of them, especially if it gets me more marks, I suppose. So Coding for Climate Action is, as we can see, interactive Key Stage 2 and 3 computing units using microbits. Ted is currently modelling a microbit down here, and if you've not seen them, they're absolutely amazing bits of technology. They look quite unassuming, but they can handle inputs, outputs. You can see this one's measuring the accelerometer data and showing it on a little graph. It can measure temperature, it can be wired up to circuits, and it's a it's a bought device, but it's a free online coding platform, which is block-based and very accessible for young people, and it's a brilliant bit of kit, I think, actually transformational for computing landscape. So the particular unit of work that I'll be talking about is our year 6 unit of work, which is called Climate Careers, and the real thrust of this unit of work is to have students, understand extreme weather events, the causes of climate change. If I refer back to this, trying to develop climate literacy, so what are the causes and consequences, or some of the causes and some of the consequences of climate change, while also learning about creative uses of the microbits, programming fundamentals, which are part of the national curriculum, introducing some AI tools, because we obviously want to think about how students will increasingly engage with different areas of technology in the future. And it leads towards students designing and developing their own climate system project based on the learning that they've done. And again, I just really want to emphasize coming back to that meaningful context is a proven way to support progress across all pupil demographics. If we think we want to try and engage wide groups of society with computing, which is not always the case, then we know that this is one way that that can absolutely be achieved. Lesson 1 will introduce, as I've said, students to the causes and impacts of climate change, as well as fundamental programming concepts and learning how to create something called an early warning system. Thank you. As well as beginning what's called a career skills log, which I'll talk a bit more about in a second. And there's images, so this is in operations, there's images of students engaging with the scheme of work peppered through the presentation, hopefully which will bring it to life a little bit. So the second lesson goes on to look at some more complex programming concepts, again aligning with the UK national curriculum, as well as introduction to different physical computing inputs. So how the microbit can read temperature, for example, it can read light, and how we can use that to create different types of early warning systems responding to extreme weather events. And then, of course, think about climate mitigation, and, of course, updating their career skills log. So at the end of every lesson, students will do a self-reflection on what skills they've developed in that lesson. I've got no idea how to get rid of that. Thank you very much. So they will do a reflection on what skills they've accrued over that lesson and keep a track of their career skills over the whole unit of work. In the third lesson, and I have to say this is our most, the one that the students enjoy the most, I'll be honest with you, there's a machine learning tool that works with the microbit where they will use the microbit along with the online machine learning tool to train the microbit, so train what, in this lesson in particular, what a small landslide might be, to simulate it, you know, what a really big landslide would be, what no landslide would be, and then the machine learning tool will then be able to recognize when the microbit through the machine learning tool will be able to recognize when it experiences those actions, so we can start to make bespoke sort of programming decisions based on the use of machine learning. And it's a really active lesson. Microbits are active anyway, which is a core part of why we love using them, but this one has kids running around and throwing things and jumping and really bringing the subject to life. Lesson 4 introduces radio functionality. So for example, Ted is in the control room. This is my landslide. We can hopefully see that I've now set off Ted's control down there. So a landslide's happened over here. We can see Ted has received that, so we can see how we can distribute networks of early warning systems. And then finally, students will take on and create their own project based on the learning and present that back to teachers, which is one of the assessment strategies that are used in the unit of work. I will talk very quickly about the sort of units of work, the projects that people have made. There have been some things that have been quite similar to the stuff they've experienced, temperature monitoring, but really neat that I think some students have made a playground redesign. They've taken temperature around a playground and thought about where they might want to plant more trees in order to create more shade. Some examples of the work they've done as well. I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to move on. Lots of student support materials and mapped to the national curriculum. We've had around 5,000 pupils engaged with this year. I could talk more about that in a moment, but if there are any questions about it, but the impact that we're really happy with, the key one that I'll kind of focus on, is that a huge increase in students strongly agreeing that computer science and engineering can solve problems and make the world a better place, because it's really important to us to shift student perception of computing as a thing that we do in school and we have to learn, to a thing that will make, if I learn, I can use to make the world a better place. And, you know, like I've said, we can see amazing examples of that in the room today, and some real positive teacher feedback about how their practice has improved as a result of this and how much students have enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Stop the clock. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt, for that amazing presentation. Judges, if you have any questions, please.
Hello.
Thank you very much. That was fantastic. I wish this was when I was at school, it was available.
Thank you.
Can I just ask what the assessment process is at the end of the lessons?
Yeah, for sure. So there's a couple of assessment things. So at the end of the lesson, the students will, we see here, one of the resources they have is this spreadsheet. So in lesson 1, they can give themselves a total of 4 points for each lesson. So they can say, oh, well, in this lesson I did loads of programming, so I'm going to 2 there, and problem solving. And we can see how that accrues lesson by lesson. And then we have a radar chart that tracks their progress. And at the very end of the scheme of work, they will then look at the areas their self-assessment areas, and then there's a list of climate careers, and one climate career and one technology career, non-climate related, for each of those areas: programming, engineering, problem solving, tech and design, and teamwork. And they say, well, I would like to do this job out of that list because, or maybe a mix of these 2 jobs, because. So that's the self-assessment aspect of it. At the end presentation, there's also a teacher assessment based on the presentation that they've done. So the teacher has a rubric, assessment rubric for that, so they can track progress over time for themselves. There's also a student work journal that goes through the unit of work as well, which teachers can use for assessment. And some teachers they love the work journal, some teachers don't like using the work journal. It's very important, of course, for teachers to have their own ownership of how they implement this unit of work. We don't prescribe how it's done. And there's also a lesson-by-lesson rubric as well. So a teacher, if they want to track how students engage with the learning objectives each lesson. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's really fantastic. I was just wondering how you deal with maybe the embedded paradox that the digital world is not entirely emissions-free either. So how kind of cloud computing and AI and so on also increases kind of our energy needs and might also contribute to the problem. So I was wondering how you reflect this in your
I think
curriculum.
one of the key things that we try and address, and I was talking about this yesterday, address it across the charity work, is we're trying to create critical users of technology, that we are not flippant users of technology, that we understand it has a purpose and there are benefits and limitations of those uses. So we need to engage with technology in a meaningful way, that it does. I'm a strong believer of what I do. As a result of what I do, that technology is a fantastic way to make the world a better place. That's the heart of what we do, and that definitely includes climate-related things as well. And I think over time we'll see that the arc will be going in the correct direction there. And I think that's an important message for us to give as well. We can't ignore that paradox, but everything we do, especially with climate and especially working with young people, has to be a message of hope and inspiration. And that's again, a really crucial aspect of what we do. It's what we all do here, isn't it? Let's be honest, that's not going to be unique to us at all.
Thank you so much. This is wonderful. A quick question on on teacher engagement.
Yes.
If you could just expand a little bit on, I guess instances where you've had more traction from teachers as opposed to less traction. What is your strategy in making sure that it's taken up? Like, where does it work well, and where you're facing challenges?
Yeah, that's a great question. And that we face that across all of the work that we do at the charity. So we're a small charity. We're run by teachers. It's 2 of us. We're computing teachers, and we have a network of computing teachers that we utilise as well. And the best engagement is when there's targeted support and engaged support. So if we have as detailed as possible lesson plans, if I sort of skip backwards and forwards, you can hopefully get a sense of it being quite detailed. So one, we're trying to pitch this resource at a teacher who would not be confident you picking up a microbit and using it and engaging with it. We have tutorial videos for every single lesson that are on our website, and we have regular CPD that runs throughout the year as well. We have a whole ton of free CPD, anyone watching, but we have regular CPD for this as well. And that really helps a long way to gain teacher traction, but where we get the most is if we go into schools and work with a teacher, if we have outreach partners that will go and help bring teachers on board. If we are engaging at a senior level, like a MAT or a local authority or a council to kind of engage teachers, targeted support really works. And that's what's helped get us really positive numbers. I mean, across the whole units of work, we're over, I think, over 100,000 students engaging based on teachers, and then extrapolating that to the amount of students that would be engaged with it. I'm conscious of time, Anshul, sorry.
Can we just take one last question from Shubhra? She raised her hand first. I'm sorry, Christina.
I'm sorry. We can share the question if you like. But wanted to ask you about your most favorite climate action out of coding that you've done.
The most famous
or most impactful.
The most impactful is going to be, in this unit of work, it is absolutely the landslide detection system. So all the teachers, so we've taken, with a targeted pilot of this, we've worked with about 2,000 students, and we've triangulated their feedback with case studies from write-ups from teachers, and this one has absolutely been the one that has really, really brought to life how we can use physical computing, AI, coding, all of these different things to solve a problem, and it gets students up out of their seat. There's in another unit of work, the one, so in the Year 5 unit of work, there's a lesson whereby you create a flood detection system based on an electrical circuit, and that when you have wires coming off the microbit, and as the flood raises, it completes the circuit and then sends off a warning. So it creates higher, it creates off a different warning. And again, with students, young people, especially Key Stage 2, anything physical, movement, artifacts in the room, I've got no doubt you guys know this better than me. It's something that really brings the topic to life and lights that fire under them.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Big round of and Ted. Okay, well, we have Roudaina, who will be presenting virtually. She could not be with us, unfortunately, today. So while we get Tim and his team to work on getting Roudaina on Zoom, it will be a few seconds. Okay. Hello, Roudaina.
Hello.
Hi. Can you see us or hear us?
Yes, can you see me?
Yes, we can all see you.
And my PowerPoint also?
Yes, we can see your presentation as well.
Okay.
Well, congratulations on being a finalist. And without taking much time, we're going to hand it over to you. So we've got all the judges and all the students and teachers rooting for you here. So best of luck.
Okay, thank you. So can I start?
Yes, please.
What if saving the planet was a game every student loved playing? Good morning, distinguished jury members. Good morning, everyone. I am Roudaina Kassam, an AFDA advocate educator at Rashaya Public High School from Lebanon. I wish I could be there with you, but my heart and spirit are definitely with you. And I'm delighted to share with you my educational innovation, Planet Protectors, which is an interactive board game designed to inspire climate action among students. My mission is simple. It's to make learning about the climate change not only informative, but fun, competitive, and transformative, helping students see themselves as active guardians of our planet. What's Planet Protectors? It's more than a game. It's hands-on classroom experience that turns abstract sustainability roles into real, memorable actions. Through interactive missions, environmental challenges, and critical thinking cards, students can travel across continents solving climate-related problems. It's perfect for environmental science, geography, and social classes, promoting curiosity, teamwork, and responsibility while addressing UN SDGs. With respect to the learning objectives and this journey, in this game, students will be able to identify major climate change impacts on global ecosystems, propose innovative solutions connected to UN SDGs, practice teamwork, collaboration, and strategic decision-making, and reflect critically on individual and collective environmental actions. The adventure starts with the South Pole and then continues through all the continents reaching Africa, which symbolizes hope and renewal. The team with the highest score wins, but in truth, everyone wins knowledge and awareness. First of all, it needs 3 to 4 classroom sessions. I tested it at my school. Some classes, they were able to finish it within 3 sessions. I have to divide the class into 2 to 4 teams of 3 to 6 students in each team. It varies according to the number of students. They have to start from the South Pole, going Australia, Asia, Europe, North America, South America, and finally Africa. The one who reaches the last destination with the highest score and points wins. The components of the game are, we have different cards, mission cards, challenge cards, in which mission cards they have to ask, students are asked some questions, and each answer, it varies the points between 0 to 3 points. Challenge cards, they are asking them sometimes to debate, to do something, and there are also disaster and bonus cards. So how to play it? As I've said, we have to divide the class into 2 to 4 teams, and each team can select, okay, one colored token piece, and they have to roll the dice and throw it. Whenever, if they got, for example, the challenge, so they have on a challenge, they land on a challenge, so they have to draw challenge card if it's mission, so it differs in this way. So the teacher have to ask them questions, and they, according to their responses, they can get some points. These are sample mission cards. For example, name 3 environmental benefits of trees. So they have to give me the answer. 3 points of all of them, they are correct. 2 of, if 2, just 2 or 1 answer. And on each card, there is here written UN SDGs, to which SDG it's connected. So here the teacher can explain more, connect it to the sustainable goals. Challenge card, for example, the challenge is to convince your classmates why single-use plastic should be banned globally. You have 90 seconds to present your argument. And I like these types of questions. The students, they were eager to debate, to convince other students. Others, they would like to argue also in order to get the best out of their students. Examples about disaster cards. In these disaster cards, as if they have to pay a tax for doing something wrong. For example, here we have glaciers melt faster, raising sea levels. So everyone moves back 1 space globally. Or you have to lose 2 turns. While with bonus cards, it's like rewards. So they have, you composted your lunch waste, so you can get 1 bonus card, or you can skip 1 extra turn for disaster. To implement it at a school, first of all, we have warm-up activity brainstorming for it, introducing the game, showing the students how to play it, and finally, the most important, it's assessment and extensions, the reflection. The students complete after, there is a worksheet they have to fill in after we finish the game to identify 1 climate problem faced in the game, maybe related it to our real community, link it to SDGs, and also there are certain extension activities. It can be adapted. Each school, each teacher Yeah, we can, it can be played with little students, little classes. We can change the cards, the questions in the cards. I see that it has a great educational impact because it covered 17 SDGs. It's focused on the 21st century skills, which are creativity, collaboration, critical thinking, and communication. And here, okay, this is it's taken at my classroom. Those students, you see that they were engaged playing with it. It's very fun to play it. In a world facing increasing climate anxiety, education must empower, not overwhelm. So it turns fear into action. It helps the student understand that every step matters, even what's guided by knowledge and collaboration. I believe that when we teach students to play for the planet, they will grow to protect it for life. Thank you for your time, and invite you to join me in bringing planet protectors to every classroom. Together we can make climate education and adventure a hope. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Roudaina. A really nice twist to the lesson plan, isn't it, with the board game. May I request the judges to kindly use your microphones, otherwise Roudaina might not be able to hear us for your questions. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. I wish we had this game more than anybody else. But I want to ask you, when did you start this project? And have you had any iterations of the game after you started? Because climate realities, like we know, keep changing.
Yes, actually, I started preparing for it when the climate change challenge was announced last March. I had the idea in my mind, but I started working with it in June when we finished the school. Actually, it took a lot of time for designing it, for writing, editing the cards. We have 20 cards. You see, I don't know if you can see them, these cards. So it took a lot of time, but I like it to find, actually, when I see it with my students, how do they react, how my colleagues like the idea. So it's worthwhile. With respect to the second part of the question, but just remind me.
No, since you started last March, I don't think you have any iterations yet. Did you have a second look at the game after maybe a period of time and change things?
I think, for example, yes, next year, I think I have to change the cards. With respect to the board game, I like it. Even students, they like it. Even using the word map as a background to show that it's a global issue. All of us around the world were suffering from the same problem. So they have to think globally, but act locally. But with respect to the cards, yes, I've got the idea of changing them from time to time, each year, for example. Let's say, because the students, they know all the answers. So next time when you're going to have them play it, I have to change the questions.
Thank you, Roudaina. Any more questions? From the judges, yes, Christina.
I think this is a really fascinating idea to use gamification to better interact and engage with students and teachers at scale. And I wonder if you might thinking about how to digitize the whole experience, because I don't know how many students and teachers you currently engage, but if you're working with some of the leading gamification platforms, say Roblox and all the other ones, they have tens of millions of teenagers engage with that on a like monthly basis, and I can see your whole program can reach out very quickly at a scale which will have maximal impact, rather than just using traditional ways. I think maybe both ways, the traditional ways, and maybe you can do some licensing with companies like Legos, all this kind of big chains, to have this kind of game to be incorporated in schools, but at the same time maybe talking to some of the leading games platforms to make it more scalable internationally. Thank you.
Yes, I've got this idea. I have this idea, but as if I need someone to guide me, to help me how to reach those people. My future plan is to change it into an app, for example, where each one can have access to it. But I like the idea that, that here in Lebanon and in most countries, the internet is somehow unstable and is very weak. So sometimes you are in need of something, a traditional game to be played at a classroom, no need for devices, no need for power, no need for all this stuff. So we can do it. But my future plan, yes, is to change it into an app.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Roudaina. We have a question from Juliana, and then we'll take a question from one of the students.
Hi, Roudaina. This is really fascinating. I was just wondering if you could share a little bit, maybe how your students have reacted to this game, playing it. If you can share a little bit around, their engagement, how you felt working with the game, and maybe also could you say in what type of class, what type of lesson you would incorporate the game in? Is it like a particular subject where this applies to?
Yes, I think that they can play it in the geography classes, in social study classes, in science, even science one. You know that in science there's a section related to environmental issues. In language, even while studying language, some reading selections, they are about the environment. In each class there's a unit about the environment. So at this time they can play it. When I told my student that's my project and we want to play it together, actually they got very, very happy. First of all, whenever you tell students play, it's something they would like a lot instead of writing, opening their books, looking at the board. So they like the idea to play. You know that even we adults, if you tell me you have to learn by playing, so it's great. So they liked the idea, they looked at it, they helped me to set it. They started even watching others. If someone would cheat and move his token, so others, they are constantly watching him, waiting for him, for example, not to give the correct answer in order to give theirs and get more points. Actually, 2 periods, they were a lot of fun. They told me as if we wish that all the others lessons, they would be treated in this way. Even you can take it outdoors to the garden, nearby garden, and practice it with your students. I like the idea.
Thank you, Roudaina. We'll take one more question from one of the students here.
Actually, I think my question was answered. I was just going to ask if planet protectors will function as a supplementary classroom material, or will it teach? Will it function as something for students to learn, like the main curriculum?
It's related to the curriculum, yes, because as I have told you, it's related to the curriculum. In each subject matter, there is something related to environment, in geography, in languages, in sciences. So it's taken, yes, from the curriculum. For this reason, I'm advising one of my colleagues who's intermediate and elementary teacher. She can make use of it, but she has to change, the cards, the questions to suit their level. But they are educational questions.
Thank you, Roudaina. A big round of applause for Roudaina, everyone. Great, thank you. Thank you. Moving on, can we have Soma from India for her presentation, please?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Som Mandal from India. I'm working with GD Golka Public School, and together we can make the change. So let's start the lesson. So right now in my lessons, we are going to combat the climate crisis ahead of the COP30. So my team basically based on the generate unique solution to tackle 5 key climate changes, because all are interrelated. So I have taken the air pollution, extreme weather events, food security, water extensivity, and biodiversity. Now, this is the overview of my lesson plan, that it's a holistic and action-oriented, so that the key themes are air pollution, the same I have told you. So it actually encourages the critical thinking and solution-based learning, so that we can connect the classroom with the actual real problem. Now, the classroom learning with the real-world action, so that we can empower the students and they can turn from the passive observer to action change maker. So now next, this is the flow of the lesson plan. So this is the flow of the lesson plan. Firstly, it's introduction, where we will ignite the mind with a question that what is the problem? Because majority of them don't know the problem, so we need to orient them with the problem. That next one, core concept teaching, where the teacher's role is there, where she will or he will introduce the science behind the concept and the cause of the problem. The next is the group activity planning, where we are dividing the student into groups. And the next is implementation, where the student will bring up the plan and implement them in the real life, and then the reflection, discussion, and the assessment. So moving, this is the plan of action for each lesson plan. That is first group presentation, discussion among the student with the teacher's assistant, and then action planning, and then extension, where we will take the plan to the next level. First, we will do it as a pilot project in our own classroom, and then we can take them to the next level. Now, first lesson was the air pollution, in which we will tell the student about the air pollution that is already going on and how they are going to tackle it. Now, next is that fine particulate matter, that's 2.5 aerosols, further influence, how they are influencing the climate change and how to combat it. Now, these lesson plans are integrated strategies targeting air quality improvement and emission reductions are essential for the achieving sustainable climate goals. The next is aim of the lesson plan is to tell them the cause, type, and impact of the lesson problem, the source, classification, far-reaching consequences, and then making them aware and take action and proactive engagement towards them. Now, the lesson context, each lesson contains these contexts. What do you think causes air pollution? First of all, then how do it affect our daily life? Very important. So they know how it is affecting their daily life and how simple action can turn it into a solution. This is a learning objective of the lessons, so that we can have local or global air pollution data from different sites and interrelationship between human activities, industrial development, and the air quality. Now, short-term and the long-term impacts both, so that they can have an idea. Now, current policies and technology, so they can be a real-world problem, and then current policies, the local, national, global levels. These are the set of activities that we can do with the students. Now, my main is that should be cost effective and easy to handle, because they are still kids. So we are introducing them with the things. So the cost is a problem. Definitely time is the problem. So that's why this should be cost effective and time. Now, these are the activities. First activity is Eco Classroom, where the student will be planting a small planter just to ignite them, that these small acts can actually make a lot of impact. So these are my students only. They are planted some plants. They are taking care, they are watering the plants on daily basis, so they are connecting with the problem. After that, these are the air pollution awareness campaign. So these young minds are actually going around the school and the local communities to tell them about the problems. Now, this is the source mapping. Scientific students map out the sources of pollution. Their school car-free campaign. So they are telling the student and the fellow community member how they can actually walk and save the environment. Now, these are the additional sources I have used for these things. Now, lesson 2 comes to extreme weather condition. Now, they're disrupting the natural atmosphere and oceanic patterns, and severe heat waves, flood, drought, cyclones, and storm, melting the ice and rise sea level further amplify the coastal flooding. So how these are impacting them, so we have got in this lesson. So this is the aim. that for preparedness, mitigation, and adaptation, transform awareness into action and resilience. Now the lesson context, actually why it matters, who is most affected, the tribal people, the animals. So they are the, again, inclusive in that effect. We are only talking about the humans, but these are the other also component who are most affected. The tribals don't have the facilities and all the resources, so they can save them. So we need to make them understand who all are affected. Now, how they can respond and adapt to them. So in this lesson plan, so learning objective cause and scientific characteristics of extreme weather pattern, how they are happening, why they are happening, how to combat them. Now, real world example. So we can go for real world example that is happening around the world, and we can make them aware and take steps. Now, these are the activities that, again, very cost effective, very, not very time taking. So scenario cards we can make, we can weather watch journals, case study, poster, infographics. So these are the small thing, small action but big impact. So they themselves can simulation student role play as meteorologist. So when they themselves are in the scenario, they are into the shoes, so they know what the problems are and how to combat it. Now the second, these are the emergency kit that they can make. So small, very basic things can be there. So you can see they have placed very basic thing. Next, they have make a scenario cards in which they can what is the problem, how to effect of cyclones. Very small infographics can be done. Then they are making the watch journal student tracking the local weather, and these are the instruments they have made themselves. Now these are the activity, they can have these brochure and social media post can be done, because all we are connected to social media, so it's easier to reach the young mind through social media. This is the additional resources we can use. Now the next is food security. Now, rising temperature and unpredictable rainfall and extreme weather events threaten crop yields and livestock. So we need to make them aware of the things, what is going around the world, how the food security is actually impacting the public. So this is the aim of the context, that how the socio-economic dimension of food security and the inquiry-based learning, then real-world case studies, and these are that how they can prevent food wastage. That is a major problem as of now. Now, objective of the lesson, that 4 pillars of the food security: availability, then access, utilization, and stability. These are very key elements in the food security, and solution action to improve the food security in a specific context. Now, these are the activities which can be done. So we can have an interactive lecture with infographics, now case study and concept mapping, group discussions can be done, sustainable farming workshop can be done, and budget exercise can be done. Now these are the lectures, interactive lectures with others who are actually interacting with what is the problem back in their country, and how they are giving the solutions. So this is an interactive session. Now this is a case study where the student have read about the case studies, they have done the case study themselves, and they are discussing with the others how they can do it and how it is different from our country. Now these are the group discussion. Now Model United Nations, it's a copy of Model United Nations where the students are themselves, they're choosing their any country, and they are doing it by themselves. And they are actually discussing the problem, they are coming with the innovative solution, how they can combat this. Next, this is the very technology farming techniques that they have made a small garden. This is a hydroponic technology they have used. So they have made the entire thing and very low cost. That is the main idea. Now we are giving them we are donating the things, we are donating the food to the underprivileged persons so that they can also have, and they can get the idea that how it is affecting the other people. Now these are the external links I have used. Next is with water scarcity. So right now, it is only threatened agriculture productivity and public health, but also strained already fragile water management system, particularly in vulnerable communities. So in some countries, some states, the water is actually a luxury. This is the aim and context. I'll go to the activities. So we are doing this rainwater harvesting system we are planning. We are water footprint audit, now research task and awareness campaign. Now DIY water filters, very important. Then solution design challenges. So these are the activities. So he has actually made a sensor which can sense that how much water is still to give the plant so that we can save water. These are the apps they are using to calculate their daily water usage. Now, these are the documentary. This is made by the student only. So they are doing the case study. Now, you can see on the left, we have entire metro pillar designed on this design. So the public, the community can also be aware of the problem. So it's a huge metro pillars, and it has designed on it. So they are going through the school like this. Next is a water filter, DIY. They are testing the water quality and how it can be, the problem can be solved. Now this is, they actually have designed a solution to a specific problem. So this student has gone through the area, he has tested what is the problem, actual problem, and based on that, he has designed a simple model, so how they can be compact. This is the external links. Now last is biodiversity. So one of my favorites, so rising temperature.
I'm sorry, we'll have to interject you. Like we said in the briefing yesterday, you've gone over 11 and a half minutes. So we'll give you last 30 seconds for your final remarks.
Sure.
Yes.
So this is the aim and context. This is a lesson learning objective. These are the activities we are going through. So I'll go through directly to the activities. So that myself, I'm just introducing the local plant and flora and fauna to them. So this is how we are doing it. So these are the mini ecosystem they can create in the school, in the classroom. They can keep it, they can study it, and they can have the problem sorted. Now this is the model they are creating. Next, they are gardening.
Thank you, Soma. Time's over. I'm sorry, we told you yesterday during our detailed briefings, we will interject when you go over time. It's been over 12 minutes.
Sure.
So to be fair to other contestants, we have to stop you here. Thank you. Request the judges for any questions that they might have. And, well, the participants as well. You're free to ask questions, so please.
Sure, happy to. Wonderful. I see you've built in a lot of work. There's a lot of work, and there's lots of issues, and often we focus on one of those issues, and we spend so much time. So well done on that. Just could you talk a little bit more on, after applying all these sessions, what are you noticing with the students?
So I'm noticing that students right now, the young minds are more proactive in all those things. Earlier when I was in school, so we were only getting aware of the things that what is only the problems, but not the solution. But these are very simple activities. When they are doing it themselves, they are into the real scenario. They are actually feeling the things, how it means. So when they are going, my school is a middle class school where people are coming by car. So when the students are coming by walking nearby, so they are actually living into the things, compacting the problem. So whenever they are doing even the small thing, they have a lot of joy that they have contributed. And I think in that manner, the teacher, we have appreciated the, okay, fine, you have come to the school, not by car, but by walking. But simple step, but big impact.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. It's very inspiring. Can I just ask you about the practical side of things? Because I can see that lots of your activities involve materials themselves.
And you're not audible.
Sorry?
I cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry. Can I just ask you about the practical side of your activities, because there is the wide range of activities you're doing, which is just fantastic to see, but how transferable it is to other schools perhaps in the area, and those perhaps that might not have as much resources, perhaps. I don't know if that's the case or not.
First of all, thank you for the question. First of all, we are doing into our schools, and we are engaging the other school nearby also, and we are taking them to the community. As I showed, Joy Foundation, we are connecting them to the local communities, and we are taking nearby only, so that the other can also be aware of this. So the planting we have started with our government only. Indian government, we have started planting sapling for your mother. So in that, the students are actually sampling a plant only with their mother, clicking the photographs, but they are very happy to do that. So even we are connecting the parents also, and the teachers also are connected. So when we are planting, we are acting as a mentor. We are acting as a role model for them. So, oh, my teacher is planting, so I'll also plant it. I'll also do it. So when I'm planting, I'm just telling them that I'm not doing a big deal, but yes, I have done my bit to save my environment, so you can also do it. So they are very happy to plant the plant, and they're doing the gardening and everything. They enjoy it very much. And it's an activity, and I think the time duration is very important, because all the activities come under 40 to 45, because the thing is that today's generation, the concentration focus is a problem. So if the activities are very much longer, so they will not get connected. They will get bored very easily. So that's why 40-45 minutes, so that they can enjoy, they can get the problem, they can bring solutions, and they can just enjoy the thing.
Yeah, I think we've got about 20-25 here who agree with you a little bit, not entirely. Sorry, Christina, we're going to take the last question because Soma ran over time from Shubhra. She raised her hand first. Okay, we'll give it to Christina. How about both? Why don't you both combine your question? And yes.
Okay, very quickly. I mean, you live in Delhi and the school is in Delhi, and you showed pollution, you showed droughts, extreme weather events. It's really the climate emergency that you're tackling, right? And climate anxiety among the young is something that we're hearing very often these days. So how do you, again, this paradox of hope, giving them hope, and taking away the climate anxiety from them at the same time? Is there something in the curriculum that builds through this? And is there a question you've been asked by the students that stayed with you?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Actually, we have various eco clubs are going on in our schools, and we have integrated all the curriculums and all the things. So, my last slide. These are the links to IB concepts and the other concept of curriculum which we are integrating. So yes, when they are, for example, in our Delhi, so it's air pollution is very high, and sometime it happens. Flood also had happened recently. So we are getting the holidays for them. So when we are teaching online, so I'm telling them ki if you have contributed to this, so we could have come to the school at that point of time, and we can have the physical classrooms. So they are actually living it, and then connecting it to the other curriculums like geography. So all teachers are doing it simultaneously. So when we are doing this activity, we are connecting it to the other curriculums also.
Thank you. We'll take last question from Christina.
I really like the point when you highlighted how you actually create a community to allow students to be more action-oriented. So you're talking about using app to monitor the daily water consumption by household. Yeah. And also you mentioned about donating the food to the community. So I wonder if you have any plans to increase the part of this very much action-oriented learning outcome, which I think is quite significant. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, I have planned right now. These students are very, very young. So I'm just working on a spark plug to start the engine. So later on, for example, when I was a kid, so my teachers ignited these all things in mind. And right now, I am working towards it. So right now, while I was a student, so I only get to know about my communities, enhancing my knowledge. But right now, I'm an adult, so I'm working towards it. So I think, yes, we would like to do that. Firstly, we have other exchange programs also by the students, where we are connecting to the other states and cities, and maybe globally also. So we are doing that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, judges.
Thank you.
Can I request Woon Dak-yin for his presentation next, please?
Hello. Good morning, esteemed judges, educators, and students from all around the world. My name is Woon Dak-yin from Malaysia. My lesson plan is called Urban Brief Farm turning classroom into climate action labs. This project empowers students to be a scientist, designer, and climate actions, all through one simple but powerful act, planting. Air pollution is a global crisis. It silently claims more than 7 million lives each year. Yet, indoor air, where children spend most of their time, is often 2 to 5 times more polluted than the air outside the classroom. This is not a statistic. It's a threat to the very children we teach. That's why Urban Brief Farm is born. Our mission is simple: to empower students to fight air pollution by growing and sharing air purifying plants. Through this mission, students will understand that to fight air pollution is not only limited to governments or big institutions. It can begin from a single student or a single leaf. This model blends science, urban farming, design, and civic actions all into one single learning journey. Students start from becoming a scientist, building dust catcher and air monitoring. Then they turn into urban farmer, propagating different types of air purifying plants. Next, they become a designer, using design thinking to build vertical gardens. And lastly, they become a civil leaders, distributing more than hundreds air purifying plants. Let's see how the seven-week journey unfolds. In the first week, we explore air pollutants and indoor air quality. Students build simple DIY dust catcher to collect particles inside and outside the classroom. You will be surprised by the result. Some of my students come to me. They say, teacher, I clean the classroom every day, but how come the air in the classroom is even dirtier than the air outside the classroom? So I tell them, okay, let's do a discussion on this topic. Okay, we also discuss about the health effect of polluted air, especially on children. In week 2, we research air purifying plants. We investigate and compare plants such as snake plants, spider plants, and golden pothos using online and library resources. After the second week, a lot of my students are so interested in plants. They come to me. They show me plants. Teacher, can this plant purify the air? Or they show me, can this leaf purify the air? I will tell them, why not we apply the skill that you have learned? Okay, you find out yourself whether this plant can purify the air or not. Then the third week, we start the urban farming. We combine air purifying with urban farming. We do hands-on propagations by leaf cutting, repotting, and water scheduling. We use recyclable containers as pots. So during this week, there are one student who faced obstacles. More than 50% of his plants died during the propagations. He never gave up. Okay? He investigated why his plant died. He asked around, and he found out that he watered too much. Yeah, he watered too much. Then he tried to think, how can he solve this problem? He tailors his watering schedule. By tailoring the watering schedules, it improved the success rate of his propagations. Week 4, Vertical Garden Design Challenge. During this week, students sketch and model vertical gardens prototype using recyclables. They apply design thinking to solve problems such as limited space, using solutions, designs, and prototypes. After they complete their design, they share with their peers, and everyone needs to vote for the best design. Week 5, Community Action Planning. During this week, students need to apply organization skills and planning skills. They are preparing for the big day, the Green Brief Day. Everyone are assigned with different roles, such as creator, ambassador, and plant handler. Doesn't matter how big is their role or how small is their role. Everyone play an important roles for the big day, the Green Brief Day. And week 6, which is the heart of the project, Green Brief Day plant distributions. We launched the project at schools and community. Students distribute more than 100 plants to families, classrooms, and local shops. We share speech, answer questions, and invite community to join in the movement. Week 7, the final weeks. This week, supposedly, we are only doing the reflections week. Okay, so students are writing journals, record short videos about what they have learned during this journey. How do they feel about the journey? During the discussion, some of these students come to me. They say that, how can we continue this project? And the idea of skilling strategy was born here. We create a DIY brief farm toolkits with care guides, QR link videos, and instructions. We also host junior training day to train using older students to train younger students so it can be scaled up. One of my favorite highlights is this vertical gardens design challenge. During this challenge, students need to collect recyclables. They went to different communities to get recyclables. And one of the stationery shop owner is so good, he donated this pen holder. So they start by cleaning up the pen holders, redesign it, and turn it into marvelous vertical gardens. They send the vertical gardens back to the stationery shops, and the owner was so happy. He even joined in the movement, and he encouraged more people to join him. Then the Green Brief Day, which is the heart of the project. Students give away more than 138 plants. One of my students, who is a special needs student, he come to me. He said that, I didn't know I could fight pollutions, but now I can. This statement is very simple, but it summarizes the whole spirit of the project, turning awareness into actions. Another takeaway is during the week 7 reflections. I know that a lot of my students have limitations, so they do not have courage to make changes for the society. But during the final weeks, they actually show courage to me, saying that now they believe that they can do something for the society. Our model is very simple. It can be duplicable. It can be applied everywhere, every culture, from one classroom in Malaysia to different classrooms around the world. I would like to end my presentation here with a simple idea. One leaf, one legacy. Even the smaller leaf can clean the air, and even the youngest child can change the world. If you plant a leaf today, you become the guardian of tomorrow's air. Thank you.
That's a very beautiful thought to end your presentation on. Thank you. Boon, may I request the judges for any questions that they might have? We'll start with Rob.
Thank you very much. That was wonderful, and I love the fact that the children are getting so engaged in this. Did you have any conclusions about which plants are best, and did you gather any data on the amount of improvement in air quality?
Thank you for the question. Very nice question. Yes, we have a conclusion. We actually shortlisted 4 plants that works very well. One is the areca palms, and then stick plants. Another one is the golden pothos and peace lily. So if you want to purify air in your house, I recommend these 4 types of plants. Okay. we did pre and post air monitoring. Before we apply the air purifying plants, we did a pre-air monitoring test. And after we put the air purifying plants, we monitor in day 3, day 5, and day 7. And then we find out that, yes, some of the plants do have better effects.
Thank you. Yes, we'll have the next question from Shubhra, and then we'll go to
I'd
Julian.
like to go a bit deeper into that question. about the science that's gone into measuring the impact of the plants. And you mentioned library resources that you referred to while doing the project. As far as I know, the study on indoor plants is based on a NASA study from the 1980s, which suggests that inside lab conditions, there are marginal effects on air purification by some plants. But a classroom is not a lab. So I would like to understand exactly if you have any data parameters that you can show us that this has had an effect. Because the science doesn't have enough evidence to support this.
Thank you very much for these questions. Yes, you are right. Actually, we did online find out, and we know that some of the reports saying that from the NASA studies, this air purifying plant only have a marginal effect. So yes, we do want to prove that whether it works or not. I do not have data with me here, but from our data, it showed that within, if we need longer time, actually you need more than 2 weeks to see the effects. Okay, during the first weeks, we did not see any effect. And it's very, very marginal differences here. But after the week 2, we start to see. The improvement actually comes even better after months. But I believe that the idea why in labs, it only show a very marginal effects due to they actually use pollutants. Because in labs, we need to use pollutants, so only we can see that how much it actually works. But in real world, it's really a real world. We really have different types of pollutants in the world. And when we put it there, in real world, it's very much different. We were surprised with the result too. Yeah, so this is what we find out. And we tell the students, you actually can do something to prove what the science, what's the lab do, and what in the real world is different.
Thank you. I believe Julianne had a question.
Thank you so much. I think my question follows on very well from this question. And if the real effect takes months to actually come into action, how do you sustain this engagement? So this is a 7-week program, and it culminates in this beautiful Breathe Day. But how can you keep this up in a classroom, the excitement around the gardening project? And I was wondering if you had any experience with that as well. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Our strategy actually lies on 2 key structures, which is our Urban Brief Farms toolkits. So with these kits, they can apply it everywhere. And how to keep these assignments going? Actually, planting is interest. Once you create the interest for them, they will continue planting. You will see houses with plants. People will just keep continuing doing it, even months and years. You will not realize it after I already planted it for so many years. So it's the interest that we create for the children. And it's the mindset, it's the type of mindset that we keep the child to know that by doing this, you actually, it's a simple act, but it cleans the air. You cleanse the air in your house, but at the same time, it shared with everyone. If everyone is doing the same thing, the air in the world will change.
Thank you. We'll take the last question from Christina.
I really like the point when you mentioned that you actually encourage the student to become the great ambassador and catalyst to mobilize the community around them to get involved. Another thing which struck me is you have this junior training day and you train students to train their younger, fellow students. So I wonder, do you have any facts on how effective this student-led community mobilization as well as this peer-to-peer learning mobilization is actually taking shape in reality? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. The movement actually started from me. So I lead a group of students doing it. So this is older students. Then what I do is that, because this idea is very simple, so after I train this group of students, they can easily pass this idea to younger students in a different class. But we only started, because of a 7-week project, we only started with myself, with the older children. And then these older children share it with some other juniors. But it's a very good idea. I think I will maybe I will prepare some training kits so that it can be duplicables for older children who want to be the leader, so they can duplicate it to other younger children.
Thank you. Thank you, judges. Right, we're getting there. One more presentation before we go for food. So may I request Joanna Chen, please come up.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Today I'm going to present my course design, Model UN Pathway, Food Security and Global Negotiation. Well, my inspiration for this course comes from my work as a student MUN club advisor. Every year we participate in an international conference, the Good Cop, Bad Cop MUN conference, organized by a non-profit organization in the UK called Engage with China. And this conference really emphasizes climate negotiations. One of the recurring topics is food security. While my students were eager to participate, they found it challenging to connect climate change with complicated global issues like food security, distribution, inequality, etc. So this observation convinced me that I should design a structured learning pathway, not just to prepare them for this conference, but also to help them understand how climate change is affecting food systems and human lives. So this competition actually gave me the opportunity to reflect on and systematize what I had been experimenting within my classroom into a coherent 10-lesson course. So the objectives for this course are threefold. First of all, students gain knowledge about the 4 pillars of food security, national policies, and global crisis, which are pressing issues that go beyond the textbook. Next, students learn essential skills such as speaking and writing. Last but not least, they grow in attitudes, cultivate global responsibility and empathy. The course is structured in 10 lessons. The first 3 build foundational knowledge about food security. The next 2 focus on MUN skills. Lesson 6 to lesson 9 simulate the UN process, where students negotiate food policies. Lesson 10 consolidates and prepares them for the international conference. One of the key design principles of this course is progression with continuity. So each lesson has a tangible output, and that output naturally feeds into the next stage. For example, in lesson 1, students learn about the 4 pillars of food security, and they match the 4 pillars with real-world cases. For example, they may learn about how the war in Ukraine disrupts global wheat supply, which illustrates the pillar of availability, or how rising food prices limit poor families' access to nutrition. This prepares them for lesson 2. In lesson 2, they are going to analyze food crisis with data and conduct research on their assigned country. For example, they may look at the data on the Horn of Africa famine to understand how drought leads to food shortages. So by looking at these data, they also learn to see the human consequences behind the numbers. They then connect these data-driven insight into their regional context, which directly informs country research and presentation in lesson 3. Lesson 3 then requires students to present their assigned country's perspective, which is the basis for drafting food policies and resolutions later. So the food policies may differ according to their countries. For example, developed countries may focus on reducing food waste or sharing agricultural technology. And developing countries may focus on calling for fairer trade rules or food aid. So they learn that food policies differ according to national priorities, yet they all contribute to global discussion. So in this way, the course forms a scaffolded learning journey from understanding concepts about food security to applying them in debate and negotiation, to reflect, consolidate, and preparing for an international conference. So one of the benefits of this framework is most content is generated by students. So the agenda is set after students understand their country's position because of their research. And the negotiation process is also driven by students. They act as delegates, raise motions, debate specific topics, and write working papers, which are then evolved into draft resolutions, which is then put to a vote by a committee composed of students. So students are actively involved at every stage, taking control of both the process and the outcome. This actually echoes my own teaching philosophy, that is, tell me, I forget, show me, I learn, involve me, I remember. But how is this different from traditional MUN, you may ask? Well, in traditional MUN, it is a 2-day or 3-day event. Well, this spreads the teaching content across 10 lessons, which makes it more feasible and more integrated into learning. It also gives the teacher more opportunities to give feedback and to facilitate students. Yes. So at the end of the conference, students don't just listen and forget. They have tangible outputs. So their position paper, the draft resolution, their speeches, and their reflections. So they celebrate if their draft resolution gets passed. And also their speeches are recorded with their consent so that they can revisit and improve. In terms of feedback and evaluation, formative feedback is provided by experienced senior schoolmates who act as the day's members and the teacher. And summative feedback is provided at the end of this course in the form of final awards. So this makes learning or student progress more visible and motivating. So this is the draft resolution they debated about in Good Cop, Bad Cop MUN, and this is a certificate of them participating in that MUN. And this is taken at the end of my course last year, and my students, they really enjoyed this form of learning. So another key component is the post-conference eco-projects. So one way we do this is by integrating it with our school's annual science fair. So in science fair, students are guided by teachers in different subjects in science and social studies. So they're encouraged to design practical solutions to food crisis. This makes climate change education not the responsibility of a single teacher, but a coordinated effort across disciplines. For example, already we have one student exploring ways to revitalize agriculture and the rural areas in our own province, Jiangsu province, using smart sustainable farming techniques. Another approach that we can use involves community engagement. This is our school rooftop farm. So our school rooftop farm allows students to plant and to observe crops there, and also uses smart farming technologies such as automated irrigation, IoT weather stations, and solar panels. So it combines experiential learning, sustainability, and technology. So the harvest produce is used for our own consumption and also to feed the animals in our school's mini zoo. Yes, we have a zoo in our school. So we can also invite other schools to join. So by inviting them to come to our conferences, we can also invite them to co-organize joint conferences. So this picture shows our students hosting their very first national conference entirely by themselves. So from debating climate issues in the classroom and in Good Cop, Bad Cop MUN, they've now grown into leaders capable of inspiring others to take action as well. So in traditional teaching, especially in China, we face some pain points. So the lessons claim to be student-centered, but in fact, they're still teacher-led. There's real authentic, there's really a lack of real authentic involvement. The learning outcomes are not always clear or meaningful, especially for me, an English teacher. So I face a particular dilemma. The content I teach seems to be just English. So I didn't learn food policy or food security in university. So how do I move beyond this limitation and become a true facilitator and inspirer of student learning? So this course is actually my response to these challenges. So instead of being teacher-driven, it is genuinely student-driven. And also the teacher doesn't have to be a food policy expert. However, the teacher does need to provide this framework and continue learning, be a lifelong learner alongside the students and even ahead of the students. And this course also extends learning beyond the classroom through the post-conference eco-projects. So in this way, it combines academic study with real-world impact. So I'd like to end my presentation with a real student case. This is my student Liu. He started the MUN club with me, and he debated in the Good Cop, Bad Cop MUN and also in my classroom. Now he's a freshman at Vanderbilt University, majoring in environmental sociology. So his plan is to continue his journey, find a job in UN or in NGOs to continue engaging with world challenges. So this case shows us that classroom initiatives can really inspire lasting global awareness and encourage students to turn knowledge into real-world action. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna, for that wonderful presentation. We'll start with Abrar for the first question.
Thank you so much, and actually it's quite inspiring to see that you as an English teacher are working in tackling some of these big challenges. I'd love to learn a little bit more in the sense you said you're not thematic experts for the challenges that might come in.
Yes.
How do you collaborate as a teacher with others within the school or beyond to bring these topics in?
Yes, actually, we had a competition in Shanghai before this round. So after the competition, after hearing from other teachers and the students, I had a conversation with our school's science teaching team. It is already happening. So next year, in our science fair, the topic will be related to climate change. And the teachers from different subjects are going to coaching students. So, and also, of course, next year, there will be more students, of course, taking part in this competition. So we are going to make this a system, an ecosystem of education on climate change. Yes.
Thank you. Do you have any more questions? Yes, Christina.
I'm really intrigued the fact that you guys got a mini Zoom in the school. And,
yes.
And I just want to understand what kind of experiment have you guys used that mini Zoom to allow your student to become more climate engaged?
Actually, the mini zoo is not the key. The key is we have a rooftop farm in our school. So the mini zoo is basically used to provide emotional value to students. Yes, really, that's true. So the rooftop farm, they have corn, and they use the harvest to feed the animals in the zoo. In our school, we have primary school, junior high school, senior high school, so especially the younger students. So they really enjoyed interacting with the animals. And also in our school, still we have the traditional learning pathway that is to take part in the Gaokao, the Chinese national entrance examination. So the students who are in grade 12, they are really under a lot of pressure. So the younger students will pick up some flowers from the rooftop garden and to present to them the sunflowers before the Gaokao, to provide emotional value.
Well, that's a pretty interesting concept. We have another question from one of the students. Yeah. I'll give you the mic, sorry.
Okay, because this is a really amazing program that you put together. So because MUN deals with a lot of policy and resolutions,
yes.
Are there any opportunities for students to engage with government or NGOs as they learn this curriculum?
Yes, that's a very good question. So, I'm just an English teacher. So what I'm doing is to try my best, to engage students with this issue. But however, there are real-world limitations for me to get in touch with government and NGOs. But we are trying to work on that in the school administration level. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. We have time for one last question. Who wants to go? All right.
Thank you. So as someone who does MUN myself, I think in MUN there is a lot of, speaking debate and discussions in general, one party is obviously going to have more of a control over the entire discussion. How do you make sure that every single student has their own respective integration in the discussion?
So actually, I think this has a lot to do with the DAIS members, because the chair, the one who is chairing the whole conference, he needs to do a lot of, sometimes, he needs to not taking control, he needs to pay attention to the direction of the discussion, where the discussion is going. And also, it's true that in the conference, some students, or maybe many students, they are actually taking part in giving their opinions, but some students, they are, a little bit, reserved in giving their opinions. So at this moment, it is the teacher's responsibility and also the DAIS members to, after the conference, to communicate with them and to give them some feedback. Actually, we have a rubric-based feedback, as I should, it's actually here. This one. So at the end of each and every lesson, we have a very detailed rubric-based feedback to students. So these are rubric-based rubrics. So at the end of the conference, we also have this final awards, not only just at the in my classroom, but in China every year we have a grand awarding ceremony. To give awards to the merit students. So actually, we managed to awarding them in that grand ceremony as well, to give them more motivation. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Joanna.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for being patient. Big round of applause. It's been a very long session, hasn't it? Well, the good news is food is ready. We have about an hour and 15 minutes for a lunch break. And judges, once you've had your lunch, Joe and Purdy will help take you for deliberations in one of the seminar rooms that we booked for you. The students and teachers, you can leave your bags here. We are going to come back at 1:15 for the students to present their solutions. I hope everyone had a nice lunch. A lot of nervous student teams out there. Well, thank you, judges, for your time, and welcome back. The criteria, the judging scoring system is the same. The criteria is slightly different as compared to that of the teachers. For the student finalists, I will start with announcing the names of the teams and the countries they're from, and we will invite the first team over for their presentation. The 5 finalist student teams are Boom Bloom Bio from Indonesia, we've got Cyanohex, and this is truly a global team. Cyanohex comprises of 2 students from the Philippines and 3 from the United States. We've got Team Coil all the way from Canada. MyCoFuture with some of the students from South Korea and some from the United States as well. And the final team and the winners of the China region competition, NACIS Black Soldiers Fly Committee. Welcome, everyone. Well, without any further delay, I request Boom Bloom Bio for their presentation.
Okay. All right, let's start. So I'm going to first ask a question. Who here has experienced sunburn, or at least felt the heat of the sun currently? Raise your hands. Okay. Now imagine you are getting sunburned and you can't move. You can't get ice cream. You can't get an ice pack. and you're just stuck there. And as the air around you gets hotter and denser, you turn white. You literally bleach. Well, that is what our corals are experiencing. The ocean's lungs are dying faster than they can recover. And that is why we created Boom Bloom Bio to solve this issue. However, what is coral bleaching? Well, coral bleaching happens when temperature rises or acidity rises, causing the corals to stress and expel these little symbiotic algae called zooxanthellae. This is important because zooxanthellae is what gives the coral life and synthesizes energy. Without them, the coral essentially fails its metabolism. For reference, this is a map of coral bleaching happenings in 2023, you can see up there. And this is pretty normal, little to no effect is taking effect, with the worst case being alert level 1. And this is the map of coral bleachings just a month ago, with every single coral experiencing bleaching. Alert level 4 and 5, the most severe case of coral bleaching. And this will get worse. This will continuously get worse because the main perpetrator for coral bleaching, which is heat and acidification, will keep getting worse in years to come. But why is this important and why should we care? Well, talking about systemic conditions, something that one of the teachers mentioned earlier, that this is entirely systemic, it's very cyclic. So not only does coral help with biodiversity, it is also, again, our ocean's lung. It helps with air pollution and so on and so forth. It also provides economic stability up to $9.9 trillion annually, as you can see up there. I don't know why it's blue. You can see in this graph right here that one of the most important things in our world's economy is coral tourism, which contributes greatly. And here you can see that some countries, they rely on coral tourism for their entire economic stability. However, so knowing that, our company would like to focus on reintroducing zooxanthellae. So this is a bit iffy right now, the formatting. I'm not quite sure what happens. But essentially, we know from research that coral restoration is gradual. And we know that after reintroducing zooxanthellae up to 3 weeks, and we'll get into how we're going to do that later, the corals will regain 25% of their color, with a year gaining 95%. This is important because, again, not only does zooxanthellae have a symbiotic relationship, synthesizes energy, but it is also natural. So going back to our goals, for short term, we would like to focus in Indonesia, our home country. We want to focus on R&D and funding and releasing our pilot prototypes. After 3 to 5 years, we want to increase R&D and surveys and research and such. But something that we would like to focus on is generating a carbon credit revenue for verified restoration projects, as it is very important for our target market, which are governments. And for our long-term vision, we would like to expand to related restoration fields, such as mangrove and so on and so forth. But I think there is something important that we need to know about zooxanthellae.
Well, but we can't just directly disperse the algae towards these coral reefs, since they have a very complex symbiosis. But why is it so complex? Well, first of all, the corals need to have initial recognition towards the algae. Otherwise, if they absorb the wrong algae, they will just digest it instead of initiating a symbiotic partnership. On that note, different algae inhabit different corals. And different regions, the matches can even change up. And lastly, we have to also think about the external factors, which are the environment conditions, where if the water is either too hot or too cold, the algae would just be rejected by the corals altogether. So, what do we do about this? First, we will research about the corals that we're going to restore. What algae do they need? Like what I said, different algae inhabits different corals. Next, we'll adjust the amount of algae needed. And then we'll disperse it towards the Corals, when the temperature and the pH of the water around them are stable, that's when Bloombot comes in. Bloombot is an eco-friendly algae dispersion robot that runs in renewable energy to restore the coral bleaching faster. For this, I'll pass it to my acquaintance to explain the robot even further.
Now, for the fun part. I'm gonna take my two friends here to help you visualize what our robot is. So for your information, this is just a prototype. So the real thing is gonna be much more complicated, much more detailed, but this is what we have for now. So I'm gonna explain to you the 6 systems that exist in this robot. The first one is the dispersion system. Before we disperse the algae, which is over here, we have to, make the area comfy for the coral reefs, which we're going to do it by dispersing sodium acetate plus biodegradable gel, which is going to be dispersed through this tube, and then that's going to increase the pH around the coral reefs. We're not going to neutralize the whole sea. We're just going to kind of increase the pH a little bit in about the radius about 2 meters or 3 meters around the coral reefs under the Bloombot. And then the second one is the biogenerator system. So as you can see, this is the biogenerator system. This basically just gives oxygen to the algae on the bottom. And then the third one, we have the power system, which includes the wind turbines and also the solar panels. And then the fourth one, we have the motor system, which is this one. As you can see, it's kind of moving. Since we don't have water, it's not really visible. And then we also have a balancing system, which we're gonna put 2 bottles on each side so it can be balanced when there's seawater gushing around the Bloombot. And then we also have cameras and also sensors. Our sensors consist of temperatures, pH, and also turbidity sensors. And the last one, and not least, we have the algae dispersion system, which is basically just pumping out the algae from the bottle. And if the algae somehow gets its way on top of the surface of the water, which is very bad, we have a pumping system also for the excess algae on the surface water. So what is this robot going to be made of? Oh, so that's the algae. What is this robot going to be made of? It looks like plastic right now. But in the real product, we're going to use the base aluminum 5083. It's very eco-friendly. It's just eco-friendly. It's anti-corrosive. And we're going to layer it with MOFs, which, as you know, MOFs is very light, and it's going to trap CO2. So it's basically like a side hustle. And then the size, it's going to be 1.5 times 1 meters. And also, I'm going to click next first. Okay, so our company is very open to new developments. So we really want to look forward to one of these 4 developments in the next few years, which is artificial intelligence to analyze the conditions of our coral reefs, cooling system for the seawaters that are too hot for the coral reefs. And then we also have the GPS in case the coral reefs is very far away from the shore. And then lastly, we have the automotive settings, which basically just auto-docks when there's something going on in the sea. Now we go on to the marketing with our friend.
Okay, so thank you so much for my technical friends over here. So let's talk about marketing. So what are we going to do when we firstly get the robot or somebody places an order on the robot? So firstly, we have this input, process, and output. What does this mean then? This means that we need the data from the investor or whoever our client be, and then we would then put it inside the process. This means that we would research and conceptualize the design based on the data that they give us. Like, for example, the coral health inside their perimeter. How bad is it? How bad is the coral bleaching, or how big or how large is the pH level. Then we would do the prototype development, laboratory testing, field and pilot development, and then we would do the impact assessment. This impact assessment would be put inside our application, which is the output, which would then basically synthesize all the research and the data from the pH levels and everything else, and we would basically get everything else. That is our robot. Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
So if there are any questions regarding our product or prototype, we would love to answer any questions.
Thank you, Boom Bloom Bio team. Can I request all of you to be on the stage together? It'll be nice. We'll start with the judges. Okay, we'll take Rob and then we'll get to 2 students.
That was absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much. Have you tried it?
Yes, so we have tried the robot by itself floating in a swimming pool, in our friend's swimming pool actually. And we have also, as you can see, showcased the pumping system. However, we also have contacted a local government body called BRIN, which have acclaimed our product's availability.
So basically, BRIN is our Indonesia's National Research Institute. So we have been sponsored by them as well. So we have done calculations with them. We have done testing with them as well. So this is already our, is basically Indonesian government approved.
Great, thank you.
So great presentation, by the way, but I wanted to say the main causes of coral bleaching is as a result of changing pH and changing temperatures, right? Do you think your product is more of solving the symptoms rather than solving the root cause?
Yes, so understanding what corals can do to the environment is very important because as I mentioned before, this is very cyclic. So corals help absorb CO2. So going back to how CO2 levels will rise and how that causes coral bleaching, with corals being restored, they are able to get the CO2 inside, absorb it, and then that will take away acidity and lower climate change as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. You have another question?
I just want to say I'm very impressed by your prototype, just to kick it off. It's very, very, very beautiful.
Thank you.
I do have a question for you, though.
Yes.
We did a tiny bit of research on this, and according to 2016 research, coral rarely reabsorbs exogenous symbionts like zooxanthellae. Sorry. How do you address this, and do you have any new research to disprove this?
Since, like I've explained before, different corals do host different species. So doesn't mean that all corals will absorb the symbiotium and the same zooxanthellae, because zooxanthellae actually have a few types. There's symbiotium, breviolium, cladocobium, and drosdium, and that is actually those. Sorry, and since are actually to support our theory, we've actually asked a few organizations about our theory in this, and it actually works. Theoretically, it works since after more modern research.
Okay, so basically, since my colleague already explained, each coral already has a different type of zooxanthellae or algae. We address this by, sorry, can I get the slide? Can I put the input-output slide? This is why we have something called a consultation tax. This means that we, in everything, we've already thought this all out. This means that in our pricing, we already have what's called a consultation tax. This means that we go to their place and we review their algae. We review their algae, we see how bad the coral bleaching or whatever, what type of algae do they need, what pH levels they had. And so then we would then integrate that into our robot and into our algae system. So everything is already thought out. If you want me to explain a bit further, just a bit, just a bit, trust me. So let's see, this is the global market. This is the demographic, Indonesia. Here's this. So there's already a consultation and feasibility study. We already put this in, and we already also put in the application maintenance, the marketing outreach. So basically everything that is needed to operate the robot, we've already thought it out, and we've already consulted also a couple of other institutions and government ministries as well. So.
Thank you. Go to Shubhra. We'll go to Shubhra for the next question, and then the last one we'll go back to EcoCoil.
Nothing is free here, right? So even if I... Yeah, got it. I love how you said your market is the governments of the world. And so have you done any feasibility? And I'm leaving out the science questions, they've already been asked. So have you done any feasibility of if you were to sell this to the Indonesian government, then how much money would it take for us as the world to solve the coral bleaching problem across the world?
Certainly. Let me get into my marketing. So basically, we have done market analysis as well. So we have already seen the CAGR in the coral reef restoration market globally, and it has a 20% growth rate. This means that, yes, we do have a market, and it is growing exponentially. It is growing because of the blue economy, because of CSR and ESG funding for marine conservation as well. This means that our demographic is 50% going to be government. Then it's also going to be NGOs, CSRs and ESGs around 15%, and also like other organizations like research institutes. We are going to then, for example, we would take Indonesia. This is our basically tactic to govern or to market in Indonesia. This means that Indonesia already fits our economic and market factors, environmental and ecological factors, societal and policy factors, and other factors. And we have then also analyzed the investors and partners windows. Like, for example, just taking from 2 ministries in Indonesia, they have what it's called DIPA, which is the allocation annually just for like conservation and marine fisheries. And their conservation from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries and the Ministry of Environment is around $34.5 million per year. And this is only taking 25% of their DIPA. So it's not even their full percent. That's right. It's fine. So that's really it.
Well done. Sorry, we're out of time for the questions. Thank you very much, Boom Bloom Bio. Great presentation.
Thank you so much, Mr.
I know you guys are curious. Give it a few seconds. Give it a few seconds. Great. Thank you for that lovely presentation. I now invites Team Cyanohex for their presentation, please.
Thank you.
Get everyone settled down, and then we can. Okay, have a seat. All right, everyone settle down.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Anthony.
I'm Livia.
I'm Emily.
And I'm Chris. And we're Cyanohex. And so first, let's go over a basic overview of what we'll be talking about today. First, we'll begin with a problem analysis of eutrophication, and then we'll go into the introduction of Cyanohex and how we use AI and online and digital applications to further our impact. Then we'll go into the financials of cost estimation and market analysis. And finally, we'll go into scalability from how we're able to move from the waterways of the Philippines into surrounding developing nations.
Okay, as the founder of Cotabada, a Filipino social enterprise that connects 100 farmers to 30 restaurants, we noticed a key problem. Many farmers use synthetic fertilizers but notice their long-term crop yields decreasing. So why is this the issue? We mapped it out. The first part of the process starts when farmers decide whether or not to use synthetic or organic fertilizers. Synthetic fertilizers immediately release nutrients into the soil. However, this has long-term negative consequences on soil health through acidification and soil compaction. On the other hand, farmers can choose to use organic fertilizers. Organic fertilizers promote soil health in the long run by promoting microbial diversity. Additionally, because they are much more slower releasing of nutrients than synthetic fertilizers, it also leads to less nutrient runoff. Despite these benefits, however, organic fertilizers still see low adoption rates. This is because they are significantly harder to store than traditional synthetic fertilizers. This leads to an over-reliance on synthetic fertilizers, which is coupled with inefficient, unsustainable farming practices such as tilling. In the Philippines, 4.82 million hectares of land are tilled for rice production. This destroys beneficial mycelium networks, which would otherwise increase nutrient absorption by 1,000 times. Because of this, this leads to a further over-reliance on synthetic fertilizers, essentially destroying soil health, leading to farmers needing even more synthetic fertilizer to keep up with crop production. So as such, this has devastating environmental consequences, leading to runoff and eutrophication. There's been a 1,000% increase in synthetic fertilizer use since the 1960s in the Philippines. Now, 37% of water pollution is caused by agricultural practices. Because of fertilizer runoff, cyanobacteria and water hyacinths in Filipino bodies of water overcrowd competitors and rapidly proliferate. This leads to the deaths of cornerstone marine flora and leads to billions of dollars in economic losses for Filipino farmers and fishermen. This is why we created Cyanohex, a processed organic fertilizer engineered as a honeycomb lattice woven from a tri-layer cord of repurposed algae and water hyacinth. With 3 layers, we see a 30 to 40% increase in crop yield and a reduction in chemical and physical runoff.
Well, as Chris has handed out a high-fidelity prototype of Cyanohex, if you tilt it to the side, it can kind of fall out. I'll be going in depth about each potential layer. So first, harvesting and repurposing pests. Cyanohex isn't like any normal solution. Cyanohex differentiates itself from other solutions because we use the problem as the crux of our solution. We do this by harvesting and processing cyanobacteria and water hyacinths. And through this, the immediate results are that almost 70 to 80% of bound nitrates in the water are removed, lessening the impacts of eutrophication. This also mitigates toxic chemicals such as cyanotoxin and methane emissions from killing off and devastating local flora and fauna. And finally, as an added bonus, there's an economic incentive as jobs are created for these economies, for these communities that have been most devastated by eutrophication. And starting with the outer layer. First, water hyacinths have been used for centuries in basket weaving, and for a more recent venture, they've actually been used as paper making in a venture in Kenya. Coupled with dextrin starch, which is a water-soluble polysaccharide, it provides a stable enough protection in outer shell that enables protection from the outer elements for the internal components. In addition, it's also a very rich source of nutrients of potassium, calcium, and also phosphorus for the growth of the mycelium. As we go on to the secondary layer consists primarily of algae-based paper. Its primary purpose is to serve as a secondary layer of protection, but also as an absorption mechanism. It takes in the nutrients, the nutrient ions from the outer layer, and coupled with the fact that it's very rich in functional groups, it aids in the mycelium growth and also serves as an insurance. And fourth, we have the inner layer. The inner layer consists of machine-pressed algae pellets that has been inoculated with a solution of mycelium. With the 2 layers of protection and also the ample nutrients provided by it, the mycelium develops a symbiotic relationship once it propagates with nearby crops. This helps it fix atmospheric nitrogen into ammonia and solubilize bound phosphorus through organic acid secretion. And finally, it helps decompose organic matter that rests in the soil, enabling healthy soil for centuries to come. And fifth, the hexagonal lattice. After we talked about how we prevent chemical runoff, the optimization of these 4 traits ensures that we prevent physical runoff. And we do this after testing numerous iterations. We found that the hexagonal lattice is the perfect one. In addition, as the mycelium network propagates, it is able to physically entangle with soil particles, ensuring firmer soil stability on a microscopic level. And overall, Cyanohex has been designed and engineered in order to prioritize and revolutionize a more sustainable form of farming. With fungal and plant symbiosis, it prevents eutrophication and returns nutrients back into the soil. With a 3 to 6 month biodegradation period, it follows the Filipino crop cycle, and best of all, it returns native mycelial networks that's been destroyed by centuries and centuries of unsustainable farming methods.
But how do we get Cyanohex into the hands of these farmers? Well, the answer lies in our Cyanohex app. First, farmers can create an account, and here, through the intuitive app and the visual-based interface, farmers can access key information such as the product tracking system. Because the tracking system is integrated into the app, this reduces communication layers between us and the farmers and increases delivery efficiency. This also helps speed up crop yields. Furthermore, we also have the savings and impact metrics displayed as fertilizer saved and money saved, helping farmers earn trust in Cyanohex. Next, our key standout point is our interaction with our employees. Instead of hiring full-time workers, we plan on giving local communities ravaged by eutrophication a second economic opportunity. Instead of going to a full-time job, these workers can follow the steps listed in our app and access these tasks. After they complete these tasks, they will be awarded compensation. Furthermore, in consideration of the heavy Philippine migrant worker situation, we will employ many depot stations all throughout the nation and all throughout these communities. This way, workers can spend less time commuting to and from work and more time with their families.
All right, now I'm going to quickly discuss how we integrated artificial intelligence into the Cyanohex app. So we start with a bunch of data that's crowdsourced, and we input it into this LLM. And what this LLM does, it uses the Kelly criterion model. And what this does is that it maximizes our outputs, or basically how much material we harvest, given certain constraints, like the amount of labor we have. And we're also going to implement a half-Kelly model in order to further minimize risk. And it does this by allocating a certain number of workers or labor to a certain site. And this efficientizes our app. Now we're going to talk about costs for Cyanohex. This composes of 2 portions. First, we have our initial investment of $25,000. This covers capital expenditures along with any other parts of the business that are from the startup portion. Then we have our recurring costs, and our recurring costs are $173.50 per acre, but we can lower this to $100 for the buyer, and $42,000 in grants from different organizations. And this would assist us until our break-even point, which is at year 4 or $189,000 in cumulative revenue. And what this means is that we are achieving break-even at a relatively early time. And this is also bottom line, so there are other factors such as bulk discounts that I haven't included in this model. And so any of these positive factors would further accelerate our timeline and keep our business profitable.
Yeah, so for sourcing and manufacturing, Cyanohex will leverage current supply chains by partnering with government entities as well as NGOs. So for example, we want to partner with the Villas Foundation, which currently runs the Water Hyacinth Weaving Enterprise, a local livelihood program that cleans up the Las Piñas River in the Philippines by employing residents. Additionally, we're applying the same idea by working with the DANR, which currently employs fishermen in its cleanup and harvesting programs. To expand our fiber extraction process, we will work with the Philippine Textile Research Institute as well as the Villa Socorro Farm, which already trains farmers how to extract fibers from crops. And in addition, to expand on DENR's current cleanup processes, we will work with them to collect algae as well. Regarding manufacturing, Cyanohex will provide all the machinery needed, and we will source our labor from community livelihood programs. Lastly, we recognize that the average Filipino farmer is 57 years old. This means that training is absolutely necessary, and we plan to do so by collaborating with the DA as well as the Agria Foundation to make sure that Cyanohex is implemented sustainably and successfully. So the implementation of Cyanohex will roll out in 3 main steps: collection, construction, and distribution. So obviously, we're going to collect the water hyacinths and the algae from the waterways in partnerships with NGOs and government entities. And then our workers will use the Cyanohex app for lifetime tracking. Our algae will be processed into pellets as well as rectangular strips, and our hyacinths harvested and sun-dried. The construction of Cyanohex will occur in 3 layers. We have pellets wrapped by rectangular sheets of algae before it's all wrapped by dry hyacinth fibers in a helical pattern. Lastly, the distribution of Cyanohex will be managed by our app, and the training will be managed by our partnerships. Lastly, we also know that other countries in
Last
South
30
Asia
seconds.
face very similar problems due to fertilizer runoff and overgrowth. So this includes Indonesia, Cambodia, and Laos. So our model will scale the same way. So in Indonesia, we will work with clean rivers to basically implement harvesting and cleanup processes. And in Cambodia, we'll work with the Marine Conservation Cambodia as well as WorldCock. And in the Laos, since water hyacinths and algae are already harvested as food.
We'll have to stop you. As per the rules.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Very much. Yes, abroad, please.
Any questions?
Yes, perfect. First of all, thank you so much. I think all of you have covered so much. You've gone into so much depth. You looked at many aspects. So, well done to you. Well done for thinking so much. I just have like two small questions.
Of course.
One is, I want to understand, obviously you're comparing synthetic fertilizer with organic, and your product is organic. Who else is doing this in the market? Are there any competitors that are already working on that? So I'd love to know that, and then maybe just answer that question. I'll follow up.
So we'll actually go back to the cost right here. So we did a little bit of analysis, considering that we saw this price of $173.50 per acre. And we were like, that could be a little bit expensive. So we tried looking at different comparables in the market for different types of fertilizer that we would be replacing. And we found that it's actually around $100 to $400 as the range for fertilizer. And so we actually hit the lower end of that spectrum and are really competitive in the market, price-wise.
And your second question?
Yeah, just quick follow-up. So I can see from your, cost-benefit analysis, it's ramping up. Could you speak a little bit about the benefits to the farmers as well?
Wait, sorry, can you repeat the last?
Benefit to the farmers for applying the organic fertilizer.
Okay, so a lot of the times Filipino farmers are using synthetic fertilizers, which, as I said, we noticed decreases their soil yield. So essentially, this solution enables them to access better soil health, which will long-term help their crop yield. In addition to that, this is also very beneficial because the farmers are not only helping their own area and they're helping their own farms, but at the same time, they're creating a new economic opportunity as they are able to harvest algae that is already existing within their farm plots.
And I would just like to add on that the implementation of Cyanohex ensures that eutrophication is minimized at their area. The reason why we started this actually was because me and Haley met through another competition called the Earth Prize. What she did was she worked with buying excess produce from other farmers. And one thing we came to notice is that during this collection process, right, there was a heavy, heavy flood in her area. And it resulted in many, many farmers' crops being damaged. And on top of that, local waterways are completely demolished. Those fisheries are absolutely gone. Those fishermen rely on that day to day. Like what they make in a day is roughly like in a month is roughly $300, which I can make in 2 days of lifeguard. I can go without that money. They cannot. Their kids will starve. They will not have a house over their head. They will not have education. We want to implement this because we believe that implementing this will help the entirety of the Philippines as a whole, and not just a singular. It's just like a singular farm.
Yeah, and I want to add on to that. This is why we focus a lot on creating like community livelihood programs, especially in implementation. For example, like the Villas Foundation, they actually serve a very, very specific region and traditional community in the Philippines. So yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
What's really great too is that we have worked with some of these partners in the past, such as Agrea and also the Department of Agriculture. So we already have contacts in these areas, which makes them very feasible to reach out to.
I think we'll take one question from Boom Boom Bio first.
I do want to actually follow up on that question. Who exactly is your target customers, though? Is it like small farmers, larger plantations, government restoration projects? And why would they switch to your products instead of using cheaper like alternatives, even though it's like not organic? Because in Indonesia, we already know that the for like plants for farmers, they don't earn much. They don't even earn like 50 rupiahs. That's not even $1. So how would they, firstly, be able to afford it? And also, I would like to add, we did some research, and Clean Rivers is an Abu Dhabi company operating in Indonesia. Their main focus is not to, I think you guys were to distribute it? Was it?
No, so Clean Rivers is for cleanups, because I think they've been employed by the government to do past cleanups, so that's what we wanted to. We didn't get to do it, but distribution and training was actually with another organization that specifically works with farmers to provide sustainable practices.
Oh, okay. Because for Clean Rivers itself, they don't really have much influence in Indonesia, so I don't think it's...
But we're more than happy to answer that.
Oh, that's all right. If you answer the question, that's fine. Or we won't get into a debate. We'll go to Shubhra for the last question, please.
Well, thank you. That was really great. Lots packed into this. What I wanted to know is the organic route that you are espousing. If I were to not do this, make 3 layers, create this whole thing, and just plonk everything into the soil as is, would that work?
No, it wouldn't.
Why?
Okay, so this is what we mentioned at the start when we mentioned that it was harder to store organic fertilizers than other synthetic fertilizers. This is because they are unprotected from natural elements, and so they can often decompose and actually lead to harmful N2O emissions in the atmosphere. This is why we process the organic fertilizer to make it easier for farmers to store and use for a longer period of time.
And as said earlier, right, the reason why we want to remove these from the waterways, which essentially if you just pop it on the farm, the rain the next day is going to go in the river. So what's the point of removing it? We remove it, and through a specific process, we create a sterile and stable environment for the mycelium to grow, which is why we so heavily emphasize on the protections with the first and the secondary layer to ensure that the mycelium has time to propagate. And once it's able to grow to a certain stage, it will be able to be self-sustaining, and we won't need the additional protection.
Yeah, so you're assuming that the time period that's needed for this to work is the year round, whereas the reason why you would need fertilizers at a specific time in the year, we all know. So, so I'm slightly asking another question is that why do we need to store it for huge lengths of time? Number one, when we can actually do the same thing by mixing these 3 things and plonking them into, you have 3 layers doing 3 different things.
Yes.
If we were to take the constituents out, those 3 constituents, and use them as is without creating what you've created, is what my question is.
Yes, so first of all, the structure of this product itself, being a hexagonal net, actually helps with soil stability, which basically helps prevent further runoff in the future. As well as that, another concern with using algae as a fertilizer when unprocessed is the fact that it can contain heavy metal contaminants, which actually harm the soil. This is why we make sure to harvest it alongside government agencies and process it with a lime water solution that gets rid of these contaminants. That's why we can't simply mix it into the soil, and we actually need to process it and create a product. We want to make sure that what we're doing benefits the environment in the long run and considers all of these different factors.
We need to stop, sorry. They've already gone over time a lot. Thank you very much, Cyanohex.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's settle down, everyone. Great. Okay, I would now we have Team Coil. Come on, everyone, let's give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, judges, fellow contestants, and spectators. We're very excited to present EcoCoil to you today. I do want to start by doing a very short preface. Romain and I do have a bit of a sore throat today, so please bear with us throughout this presentation.
All right, so we're four friends from Ottawa, Canada, united by our shared vision to tackle the global air pollution problems.
I'm Cyrus Shuttle.
I'm Romain Dehay.
I'm Alexander McClanahan.
And I'm Olivier Thibault.
In June 2023, Canada was swept by an unprecedented wave of wildfires, which exposed us to extreme levels of air pollution. Here are some photos that we took at the time. This is what led us to look into solutions that can help the people who face this reality every single day. As one of the teachers previously mentioned, around 7 million people die annually due to air pollution. That's more than the combined deaths from HIV, malaria, and tuberculosis. This makes air pollution the second leading killer worldwide. PM2.5 is the deadliest form of air pollution, referring to particles smaller than 2.5 microns in diameter. This is about 28 times smaller than the diameter of a single strand of human hair. In the world's poorest communities, families burn wood, coal, or trash simply to keep warm or to cook their food. This releases smoke that contains PM2.5, which lodges deep inside the lungs and eventually enters the bloodstream, causing very adverse health effects such as strokes, lung disease, and heart disease. In total, residential emissions such as these account for around 39% of India's total PM2.5 emissions and around 40% of total air pollution-related deaths worldwide. Today, 2 billion people all around the globe rely on solid-state fires, And this is especially a problem in urban slums, which currently about 1.1 billion people reside in.
And the problem may be much bigger than expected. Indeed, according to research published in the peer-reviewed journal NPJ Clean Air, the actual PM2.5 levels could be up to 40% higher than the figures brought forward by organizations such as the WHO. PM2.5 particles can absorb water and swell up in size, which causes them to exceed the size cutoff of PM2.5 sampling devices. And this leaves citizens, along with policymakers, without the localized, and accurate data needed for an effective response.
Even accounting for this underrepresentation of measurements, 99% of the world's population lived over the WHO's safe guidelines for PM2.5 in 2019. Additionally, around 30% of people lived in what is considered the hazardous level, which increases mortality by 24%. PM2.5 isn't just an environmental issue. It's a public health emergency, and the current solutions simply don't reach the people who need them the most. Introducing EcoCoil.
EcoCoil brings industrial-grade clean air tech to the families living on the front lines of air pollution. We've miniaturized the electrostatic precipitator, technology otherwise reserved only for industrial uses, and redesigned it completely for integration in families in low-resource areas. Here's a brief overview of how the technology works. Firstly, a high-voltage emitter mesh ionizes nearby air, which causes nearby PM2.5 particles to gain a negative charge. These particles are then attracted to a grounded collector plate, like a vacuum for air pollution. Our solution is compact, safe, and incredibly easy to clean. Simply lift up the cover, wipe down the plate, and slot it back in. No tools, no hassle. In addition, to ensure that the voltage is always off and the device is not running while being cleaned, we've included a safety interlock system and also ground the circuit. Each EcoCoil also comes with a solar panel, which is modular and makes it ideal for distribution in areas that are rural and have no access to a grid of electricity. It also allows the product to distribute electricity for other uses. Currently, we can produce EcoCoil for roughly $45, and that's exactly what we did. We designed a trial rig that allowed us to prototype our product. Through multiple iterations, we came to the conclusion that a tightly spaced, nested cylinder design, paired or coupled with a smaller distance in between diodes, resulted in maximum efficiency for collection at a much lower power draw.
And this is the results that we got. So we actually managed to achieve an 80% reduction in PM 2.5 levels, which demonstrates both the feasibility and potential of our solution.
Our initial total addressable market are the 200 million households living in urban slums worldwide. That's over 1.1 billion people exposed to extreme levels of PM 2.5 daily. Our serviceable addressable market is 330 million individuals, assuming a 30% conversion due to geographic factors. And finally, our serviceable obtainable market is 6.6 million individuals, assuming both a 2% capture rate, as other initiatives have achieved in the past, as well as our $45 prototype cost. Our business-to-business distribution strategy allows us to reach these individuals faster and at scale. We don't sell door-to-door. Instead, we partner with NGOs and charities combating air pollution worldwide, governments seeking to reduce healthcare burdens and meet air quality targets, private health insurers looking to keep their customers healthy, and private real estate developers seeking to integrate clean air technology into new development projects. For example, take the Delhi government. Redirecting just 0.5% of their development and welfare budget would be enough money to fund nearly 350,000 eco-coils. And this number is only at our $45 prototype cost. As economies of scale kick in and unit economics improve, these numbers would be greatly improved. Rural biomass burning spans the entire world. Increasingly, wildfire smoke is affecting cities that were previously unaffected, like we saw earlier in our hometown of Ottawa. Refugee camps and disaster zones, additionally, also are in desperate need of clean air. EcoCoil isn't just a product. It's a foundation for a real-time data analytics network. A recent study found that within one city block, PM 2.5 levels can vary up to 8 times within a very small space. That's why, using EcoCoil's built-in PM 2.5 sensor and Bluetooth module, we created EcoCoil Connect, allowing every EcoCoil to become a node in an extensive data analytics system. Using our proprietary AI algorithm, EcoCoil Connect informs our business partners and guides future distribution.
Our competitors are companies like Oikosolve and Exerdraft, whose systems are much more expensive and a lot harder to install. They target the urban wealthy customers, not the billions living in informal settlements. And while HEPA filters are quite effective, they have a higher installation cost as well as recurring costs related to filter replacement. EcoCoil, EcoCoil is a solution that is way more accessible at a lower price, and with the solar panels, it can be deployed anywhere, in any region of the world, even in off-grid situations.
So far this year in 2025, more than 5 million people have died due to air pollution.
That's 120 deaths, and counting, since the beginning of this presentation alone. Our goal is to bring clean air to everyone. And today, we invite you to be a part of this mission.
Because clean air is a privilege.
Not a right.
Because we believe clean air shouldn't be a privilege. Sorry.
It's a right.
Thank you so much, Team EcoCoil. Before we get into Q&A, can I request all of you to please put your phones on silent? Thank you. Any questions, judges? Okay, we'll start with Rob.
Thank you very much. Again, that's a fabulous presentation. I love the practicality of it. How many of them have you made? How many prototypes have you done and tested?
We've made roughly 3 iterations through using software such as Fusion 360 and Blender. And then we tested about 2 physically. And again, we achieved an 80% reduction in PM 2.5 levels. And the idea is, as we iterate more on this process, we could achieve even greater efficacy results.
And I'll add on to that a little bit. We're actually hoping to take this project beyond only the scope of this competition, and we've recently acquired some parts that we're hoping will help us make a more functional prototype, and we're still iterating as we speak.
Abrar, and then we'll go to Julian.
Okay, it's a great presentation, great teamwork. working together. I want to challenge you a little bit, because when you showed that slide with other competitors, you're showing prices of what, 3,800, 3,000, just the filter is 120. How is your cost down to $45? What are the other actors missing, and why wouldn't they take their cost down if something is out that cheap?
Yeah, so those companies operate mainly in Europe, where actually Oikosolv is in the Swiss Alps, and they target like wood stove furnaces that are still used, but they're a completely different market. There's actually no company currently in the new market that we're targeting. So those are our closest competitors, but we wouldn't be competing against them.
If I could add on to that, the main difference is these are much more complex systems, to be honest. They often include motors that auto-wipe the residue off the sensors, and they include fancy turbines and have direct DC voltage, which our product has through solar panels, or direct AC power, sorry. So like the bottom line is our thing is a lot more bare bones than our competitors, which allows us to undercut them. And as my colleague here pointed out, we really are targeting different markets. They're targeting wealthy individuals, often in Europe, who want to have the kind of artisanal wood stove experience, when we're really deploying on scale through contracts with various entities that allows us to just reach millions and even billions of more people.
And just to add to that quickly, one thing that we noticed when we were doing our research is that each increase in percentage of PM2.5 extracted also brings up like an exponential cost. So the amount of voltage and complexity you need to achieve 80%, maybe upwards of 90%, is much, much lower than some of these other options that can achieve 90, 95. But in terms of scalability and making, like democratizing clean air for everyone, we think that it's much more feasible to do it how we're doing it, and we can deploy it much further.
Thank you. We'll go to Julianne for next question, then to Team MicroFuture, and if we have time, we'll come to you.
Amazing presentation and such a promising product. I wonder, have you thought about the sustainability of the product itself? What is the expected lifespan, and how easy would it be to recycle the EcoCoil?
That's a great question. In fact, if we look here, well, sorry. Yeah, our product is made almost entirely of aluminum with an insulating layer in the middle. So as far as material costs, all the materials we use are quite sustainable. And as for lifespan, we predict it would last most likely a few years at least, as we're working on improving our voltage step-up meter. We were looking at PCB designs to potentially improve the efficacy of those voltage step-ups to have an increased lifespan.
Due to the simplicity, the lifespan could possibly be quite high because there's no moving parts that would get damaged. And so then if you use materials that are very solid, it could last for very, very long. And as Cyrus just said, right now our limiting factor is the voltage step-up, but we are looking at customizing that so that we don't have to rely on solutions that weren't actually made for this.
And again, just to emphasize my colleague's point, other options, they'll have fans to push it. Instead, we rely on convection of the air coming through. As we said, we're targeting solid-state fuel burning. So this means the lack of moving parts and the simplicity for product means that it can last a very long time. And as my other colleague said, aluminum is recyclable. We've taken steps to ensure that when it reaches the end of its life, it doesn't pollute the environment more than it has to.
We're going to take the last question from Team MicroFuture. Sorry, we're running out of time.
Hi, I'd like to start, you guys look sharp up there. So you guys mentioned that India is going to be one of your primary customers, correct? So I'm aware that the pavilions in there do have some issues regarding power and just like getting power as well. But I mean, even apart from that, let's say the power input does have a malfunction. How are you going to approach the maintenance of the EcoCoils in the future? So let's say they break. Would it have to be a disposable where we just throw it away, buy another $44 product?
As we mentioned, our solar panel is modular, which allows it to be easily replaced. And on top of that, the solar panel also allows it to be plugged into other things. So we're actually in some way bringing power to a lot of these communities, which often have to rely on inefficient methods of power. If not, there's some areas where there just isn't any power at all.
Yeah, so that's why a focus was ensuring that this product is completely self-sufficient, not relying on any external power source, because that, well, just that makes it widely inaccessible to many areas in the world.
Thank you, Team Coil. A big round of applause, everyone. Okay, now we have next Team Future. On both sides.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before we begin, I want you all to picture this: mountains of rice husks, coffee pulp, and sugarcane waste. Now, imagine these wastes growing into something new: packaging, furniture, even building panels. Every region produces these so-called lignocellulosic residues. Most end up being burned or dumped, polluting our air and soil. But what if those wastes could be reused? Just as the Wright brothers combined a simple engine with wings inspired by birds to invent flight, we combine agricultural waste with mushrooms to create something equally revolutionary: a sustainable alternative to plastic. And that is how MycoFuture began, with one simple idea: waste that works.
The plastic crisis is one of humanity's biggest environmental challenges. Every year, we produce around 400 million tons of plastic. That's more than the total weight of every living human being on this planet, all of you included. Once produced, nearly 90% of that plastic is never recycled. It either ends up in landfills, in rivers, or in the oceans, where it breaks down into microplastics and end up in our own food chain. Every year, the production and disposal of plastic generates roughly 1.8 billion tons of carbon dioxide. To put that into perspective, that's more than the annual emissions of the entire aviation industry combined. Now, global agriculture generates roughly 140 billion tons of crop residues. What happens to those residues? Around 70% are either open burned or left to decompose without control. Burning 1 ton of rice husk emits roughly 1.5 tons of carbon dioxide, equivalent, the annual greenhouse gas output of Japan. The planet is suffocating, not just from the things we make, but also from the things we throw away. So, we asked ourselves, how can we take this massive global waste stream and turn it into something valuable, something that stores carbon instead of releasing it?
Let's look at what happens to agricultural waste today. Farmers and processors typically have 3 options: composting, converting into biomass fuel, or transforming into higher value biomaterials like mycelium products. Composting yields a product with very low market value with limited scalability. Biomass fuel is simply burned again, releasing the stored carbon. But when those same residues are converted into mycelium-based materials, the waste becomes both carbon storage and economic opportunity. Each ton of residue processed through MicroFuture's system can yield materials worth nearly 10 times the value of compost, while simultaneously storing carbon in solid form. This creates a powerful incentive loop. Farmers earn more by treating their waste responsibly.
That brings us to our solution, MicroFuture, a cloud-based, decentralized production ecosystem that connects local agricultural residues to global biological intelligence. Our key product is MicroKit, a small modular production unit designed to manufacture mycelium materials accessible to anyone, farmers, NGOs, small business owners, regardless of their technical background. Here's how it works. First, a user, for example, a coffee farmer in Ethiopia or a sustainability startup in Vietnam, logs into our online platform. Second, the system automatically gathers local environmental data, temperature, humidity, waste types, and even soil composition. Third, using this data, our AI model recommends biorecipe, the ideal combination of mushroom species, substrate mix, and growth condition based on our own experiment results. The user then loads agricultural byproducts into the MicroKit, follows a digital instructions, and waits. Within 6 to 8 days, converts straw, husk, or sawdust into strong, lightweight, and fully compostable materials. Let's look at the specifications. The goal is simple. Make growing sustainable materials as easy and reliable as following a recipe. But MicroFuture is not just a device. It's an intelligent network. Each MicroKit is embedded with sensors that monitor CO2 levels, temperature, humidity, and growth speed. The data from each batch is sent to the cloud in real time. Our cloud platform aggregates data from thousands of decentralized units operating under different climates or waste conditions. The more people use the cloud, the smarter it becomes. This also means that a breakthrough discovered by one farmer can be shared with users across the world. Waste knowledge in one region becomes a global intelligence for all, including all. Visually imagine a map of hundreds of small dots representing local producers. Each dot sends and receives information through the cloud, forming a live, living, learning network of circular production.
Let's quantify the impact of decentralizing production. Traditional mycelium factories are large, energy-intensive, and centralized. They require long transportation routes, both for input residues and finished goods. Our decentralized model reverses that. Here's the breakdown. A centralized industrial plant emits roughly 180 kilograms CO2 per ton of mycelium material, accounting for energy use, transport, and HVAC systems. Our decentralized MicroKit network emits only 60 kilograms CO2 per ton. That's a 67% reduction. Transportation emissions fall by 35% since we process residues where they are generated. Contamination losses, which can destroy entire batches, are cut by 60% through automated control. Overall, this leads to a 42% reduction in production cost compared to conventional industrial mycelium suppliers. Decentralization not only democratizes access, but also slashes both emissions and expenses.
Now, you may ask, if production is decentralized, how do you ensure consistent quality? The answer lies within our data-driven control. Each MicroKit performs standardized tests. Firstly, we test for density and compressive strength, following ASTM standards. They are to be above 0.35 grams per cubic meter. Secondly, our thermal conductivity, following ISO standards, are preserved around 0.045 watts per meter Kelvin. Thirdly, moisture content is maintained below 12%. And lastly, the contamination index is kept below 3%. These metrics are automatically recorded and uploaded to the cloud database. If any unit's results fall outside tolerance, the user receives real-time alerts and troubleshooting guidance. The system allows a MicroKit in Seoul to perform the same level of performance as one in Nairobi, Bogota, or even Lisbon. Each participant in this network essentially becomes a certified micro-manufacturer, contributing to a globally standardized material stream. This approach not only guarantees consistent mechanical properties, but also traceability, an essential feature for industries like sustainable packaging.
So why is MicroFuture so valuable? Beyond usability, it's carbon negative. Each kilogram of dried mycelium stores approximately 1.35 kilogram of CO2 through biogenic carbon fixation. If we replace just 25% of the world's EPS packaging with microfuture materials, we could avoid 44 million tons of CO2 emissions annually and store another 2 million through biomass carbon. That's equivalent to the yearly carbon uptake of 1.8 billion trees. What makes this even more remarkable is that it requires no reforestation land, no fertilizer, and no new infrastructure. Only the smarter way of what we already waste.
Now, let's look at the market side. The global sustainable packaging and eco-materials market is booming. Analysts project it to reach around $37 billion by the year 2030. Mycelium-based materials are one of the fastest growing segments, driven by global regulations banning single-use plastics. Our main competitors currently retail their materials between $400 to $600 per cubic meter. They rely on centralized factory models in the US and Europe, which drives up costs due to labor and transport. In contrast, our decentralized microkit network produces at $290 per cubic meter, a 35 to 50% price advantage. That makes our model viable not just in developed markets, but also in emerging economies where cost barriers are significant. Each microkit site can process about 400 tons of residue per year, generating approximately $1.6 million in annual revenue at full utilization. With 60 sites operating by the year 2028, our projected run rate reaches $96 million, while all empowering local communities and reducing environmental impacts.
Microfuture is not just a plan. We have actualized that our solution will work with experiments and research. At Microfuture, we believe that innovation does not always mean inventing something new.
Sometimes it means rediscovering what nature already knew. That waste is not the end of a process, but the beginning of another.
Our mission is to prove that the next industrial revolution doesn't have to be mined or manufactured. It can be grown organically, locally, and intelligently.
Every kilogram of mycelium we grow represents carbon removed from the atmosphere, income generated for farmers, and lastly, pollution prevented from ever entering our food and rivers.
From waste to worth, from pollution to possibility, this is not just a product, it is a movement. Together, we are Microfuture, and we turn waste into what works. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Should we keep them on for the questions, or?
We'll let you settle down before we ask questions. We'll go to the judges first, and we'll come back. We'll come to you. We'll start with Francis, then we'll go to Christina.
Thank you very much. That was amazing. I can't believe how much work you've put into that. Can I just ask one quick question? You talked about the fact that the farmers might have some problems, just troubleshooting. What's the types of things that you were thinking of that they might struggle with?
I believe that one of our biggest issues would be dealing with the contamination index. Obviously, if any contaminant were to go in our recipe above 3%, our system would fail. So one of the ways that we ensure that is we train local maintenance workers to work on the issues and hopefully fix any contamination predicaments that we might run into.
To add on to that, each microkit maintains a closed-loop environmental control with sensors continuously monitoring, such as stuff like humidity, temperature, CO2 levels. And if the contamination level exceeds 3%, the system will automatically provide disinfection and recipe adjustment with guidance through the cloud AI.
So obviously, as I've mentioned before, the training the workers increases jobs in those local areas like Vietnam. So it's a win-win for all of us.
Thank you.
That's a very impressive presentation. So my question is, where do you want to start in terms of market entry? Because there will be so many different routes for you guys.
So we also research about other companies that already have mycelium materials. But as you explained throughout the presentation, first, we are cloud-based, decentralized, which means that we aim for small institutions, not only the main center. We aim for farmers, NGOs, small business owners, even individuals who might need mycelium materials for packaging. Also, we have our own experiment results, and we are also collecting from straws, sawdust, rice dust, and also coffee waste. So I believe we have more various materials that we can use. Thirdly, I also introduced about the AI model about biorecipe, that you can follow an ideal combination of mushroom species, substrate mix, and the growth condition. So I believe those 3 parts are the parts that we are unique and also different from other companies.
Also, to add like just one simple point about that, by tracking some carbon storage through the batch data, we can offer variable companies about the emission reductions. So maybe that's going to be beneficial for our market.
Very quickly on the carbon storage, there is lots of very big tech company like Microsoft, Google. They spend billions and billions to looking at how to, ensure the carbon emission is actually properly stored. So maybe they can be a very interesting, potential clients to target. If you get one of them, you will be like on the market with your name everywhere. Very quick entry points. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Michael Fisher. We go to Team Bloom Bio for their question.
First of all, I would like to say your presentation is very amazing. I just have one question. I'm just very curious. Can I ask about the product's density since you guys have already went to the lab? I'm just kind of curious because you said the moisture inside of the finished product is less than 12%. And you guys mentioned that you can use this finished product as, for example, furnitures or maybe building foundations and so on. So, yeah.
Sorry, could you repeat the question? What was you got it?
I got it. I got you. Okay.
She's doing great.
I got it. So about the 12%, that is actually the test that we might do because actually we did the experiment by, as you can see in the Petri dish, we actually combined like different ratios of things. We tested with ideal combinations to find like that ideal combination so that people can follow that bio recipe that we are proposing. We actually like tried to break it after we put it in the oven, or we actually tried to test those densities by putting something on it and carry it around so it doesn't like break in the middle of the transportation. About the 12%, that is kind of a standardized test that we are proposing because we cannot say out of 10 of the things we make, 10 will be the perfect ones. We should still need standardization because we are proposing this as a replacement and it has additional values than the extended polystyrene that we are using right now. So we still need standardized testing. So that's why we proposed that 12% of moisture. And also, about the potentials that Claire talked about in front of her in the beginning of her presentations, about the furniture, maybe the building panels. Currently, we are kind of starting from bit by bit. We started with packaging because the major percentage of use of plastic is the packaging, even after COVID. So we are aiming for the package for now. And we are stating that there are potential that it can really fully replace the furnitures and building panels.
Just a quick note. We do have qualitative data. So at the labs, we tested different water levels combined with the substrate compounds, and we found that 0.8 grams per each milliliter of water proved to be the most sufficient for these density tests, which is why we came up with the 12.5% density. And also, obviously, what she said, there's tons of opportunities that we have regarding furniture or even installation panels for construction models. So a lot to come.
Michael Future, I have one request from our photographer. We are not going to take any more questions. Could you please get your hats back on? She wants to click a picture. I'm sorry, I know some of the teams are not getting the opportunity to ask questions. It's just because we've run out of time and we're running on a very tight schedule.
They're cute, huh?
Yeah, just on the stage, please.
Over there.
Thank you.
Thank you. we now have our last team for the day, Team NACIS, all the way from China.
Hi everyone, we're the Black Soldier Fly PSF community from NACIS Shanghai. I'm Lucy.
I'm Rachel. I'm Avi.
I'm Yolanda.
Our project is called From Food Waste to Food Security. We focus on tackling food waste while exploring sustainable farming solutions. And today we'd like to show you how global inspiration guided us to create local impact on our campus. By attending to COP28 and COP29 and other preparations in Shanghai, we're able to bring the ideas back to our campus and influence 2,300 students and through them 2,300 families. And now the urgency is clear. In 2023, about 9% of the world's population has experienced undernourishment, and that's why we choose food security as the topic of our project.
Okay, hello everyone. My part in our school's Black Soldier Fly project was focusing on the aquaponics section. So the problem we identified is that schools use a lot of chemical fertilizer and water for plants, which lead to serious nutrient waste and environmental pollution. So our solution was to design an aquaponics system, a closed loop that integrates both aquaculture and hydroponics. So the fish waste provides a natural fertilizer for the plants, and the plants clean the water, and the whole cycle continues with no wastewater and no chemicals. So our project began in February after we visited Shanghai Laogang Renewable Energy Center. At the end of February, we purchased all the instruments, began BSF rearing, and prepared fish and plants. In April, we decided to use Nile tilapia and water celery. Nile tilapia are famous for high survival rate, strong resistant to poor water condition, and also fast growth, even from fingerling. And water celery has strong resistance to absorb nitrogen and phosphorus efficiently, growing quickly as a crop while purifying the water at the same time. So the impact is clear. This system is low cost, feasible, and scalable. It reduces water use, avoids chemical fertilizers, and lowers environmental impact, while also giving students a living laboratory for sustainability. Looking ahead, we will continue weekly monitoring, use plant imaging and data to expand this system, and use this data to improve our feeding and planting density.
So my part of the project is focusing on the plant's resilience. So we know that normal fertilizer require additional process of combustion or heating, which contributed to the carbon emissions. So we want to investigate the viability of using black soldier fly manure as a substitute for normal fertilizers. So we choose comparative study during the experiment, and the control groups are Group A, no additional fertilizer, Group B, no fertilizer, and Group C, black soldier fly manure. We also research online for the ingredients of black soldier fly manure, analyzed by the main components of non-fertilizer NPK, and the data are shown in the table. And for the control groups of the experiment are water, temperature, sunlight exposure, seeds, and we ensure that the same volume of boxes are being used. For the results, we first planted the Chinese cabbage. However, only the seeds in the black soldier fly manure are able to germinate. Later, due to the mismanagement of watering and the condensed rainfall during that period of time, the Chinese cabbage was rotten, so we have to replant it. We decided to change the species into chickweed and chili peppers. We first collect the data into the table, and then we convert the table into a graph. We can see that the general trend of the graph is increasing, which shows that black soldier fly manure can be used as a substitute for normal fertilizers. For the future improvement, we would like to widen the species of plants when doing the experiment and control the light intensity considered to move the boxes inside, and control the environment of the soil to prevent the entry of pests, and also use a more accurate apparatus when watering.
We address a critical challenge in global food systems. Aquaculture is essential for feeding a growing population. Yet, conventional fish feeds contributes to 49% of total production costs and often relies on unsustainable practices. We're studies shown that BSF presented a 42% crude protein content. We set clear objectives. First, to enhance food security by evaluating BSFL as a sustainable protein source. And second, to combat malnutrition by offering a lowest alternative for aquaculture. We conducted a rigorous comparative study. Roudaina tilapia was fed a diet of BSFL, and control groups of floating and sinking feeds. The data shows that BSFL-fed tilapia grew a remarkable 86% faster. Their sustainable growth rate was about double of the conventionally fed counterparts. This is an incremental improvement. That means drastically reduced time to market and dramatic acceleration in protein productions. Furthermore, the environmental benefits are crystal clear. The dissolved oxygen levels in a BSFL pond remain significantly elevated and stable between 8.4 to 8.9 milligrams per liter, creating an optimal and healthy environment for the fish maintenance of health. Moreover, the ideal range of water pH in a BSFL pond will be beneficial for the increase of fish metabolism and will be positively accelerating the growth rate of tilapia fish. In conclusion, our research demonstrates that black soldier fly larvae is a superior high-performance alternative that delivers double bottom-line benefits, driving economic efficiency through faster growth and ensuring environmental sustainability through improved water quality and waste valorization. All in all, this is a viable and scalable model for the future of sustainable aquaculture.
Compared with traditional fertilizers, BSF solutions are cheaper, cleaner, and more efficient. They lower production costs by using kitchen waste as raw material, while also creating high-value products such as animal feeds and natural fertilizers. This shows strong market potential and also proves that sustainability can also drive economic benefits.
Okay, this part was originally presented by our other team member called Evan, but he has some visa problem, so I will be now sharing on behalf of our design department leader. So here you can see there are some pictures, and before the committee was launched, we took the initiative with like graffiti here with like spray eco in a hardship with vessel-like extensions and used and added reuse, reduce, recycle, replace to visualize eco concepts. And also after our committee was established, our official logo, Lucy shown here, and our visual identity system was designed. And also we use this to recruit, make a recruitment poster that attracted many applications. And also for the campus souvenir pop-up shop shown here, which is a van, we spray eco and environmental on both sides of it, turning it into a sales highlight. Its funds even supported future projects. So in summary, our core contribution has been turning the abstract environmental concept into tangible visuals. This design were more than just creative work. They were bridges connecting environmental goals to the campus community. And also, these efforts expanded our eco committee's influence, making our mission more approachable and impactful.
Our project has gone far beyond from our own campus. Through the achievement in the China finals, we were able to connect with students who share the same vision of sustainability. Next month, we'll hold an environmental summit collaborating with British Chamber. We focus on youth leadership and climate action, inviting schools like Waikipao, SHSID, and other North Anglia schools in the China region. We aim to inspire more young people to take real and measurable steps towards sustainability. Also, we've been invited by GESI to their annual global summit, which gives us a platform to show how student-led initiatives can create scalable solutions for climate action. For the future expansion, we want to be honest that our equipment does require funding. However, the concept behind our solutions are simple, adaptable, and replicable. Even without buying the expensive instruments, schools can still apply our circular approach. By collecting the food waste, converting by natural processes, and using it to improve local food systems. To expand our impact, we're now partnering with other international schools in the Shanghai Minhang district for field learning program. Through this program, students can observe, experience, or even replicate part of our system, which also helps our ideas to take root in more communities. Step by step, we aim to create a scalable model which bridges sustainability, education, and community participation. Back on the campus, we made our ideas into visible action. Through our aquaponics system to BSF waste recycling, students can directly see the impact. Furthermore, Through Eco Committee, we expand to uniform recycling, reducing textile waste. Together, we're building a greener and more sustainable campus. And our project demonstrates that how student-led initiatives can create scalable solutions for climate action. And our slogan is,
Together, turn waste into worth. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. We'll go to the judges for any questions first. Okay, we'll go with Abrar.
Thank you so much. Again, excellent presentation, and I really appreciated the fact that you had lots of data, you did lots of control tests to actually prove that the model works, which is commendable. My question is, like, I understand the scaling strategy of going to different schools, showing it as a model so people can learn about it. But, at the same time, you're actually growing products, right? You're growing fish, you're growing vegetables. What is the idea behind that? How will that be used? How will that help with sustainable food and food security issues?
Okay, so basically we are actually spreading this kind of concept of being eco-friendly in our whole school. So basically we have an organization called Eco School in our school, and then growing vegetables and growing these kind of stuff, and also making this kind of experiment of using BSFL to feed all the fishes, is actually a way for us to experience and experiment on how can we actually use this kind of little things in our environment to make some difference to our whole world. So we are not actually saying that we are going to have a big leap, or we are going to have use some fancy stuff to make this kind of things, make them true. But we are actually starting from the small things. So when we're starting from BSFL, a small fish, and then we started to make it, to cycle it, and also spreading this kind of concept, we are actually making a change to the world. Maybe it is quite small, but we would say that smalls will ultimately lead to a big change.
And I want to add on it, like I said before, like Ivan designed the recruitment poster, and I said we attracted many students want to join our eco school. So maybe these students can influence their family, and their family influence other families. So maybe it's like a snowball, growing bigger and bigger. So influence many people, maybe just in China or in the whole world.
And I also want to add something. So basically, we are having a whole team of running this kind of project. And we also have some junior students in our group, this BSFL group, so not just us four. So when we actually graduate, we will just transmit this kind of concept, this kind of philosophy to our junior students. And then we want this kind of project to keep going on so that we can make some difference to the world.
We'll take one question from Team Cyanohex, then two from the judges.
Yeah, so I'm just curious as to how this material is collected. It feels like flies are kind of small, and if you want to produce a large amount of material, you need millions of these. So how do you collect material?
Okay, so basically we have a charity in our school, which is running by our student-led prefects. So basically we are actually taking the money from the charity that we have gained from all other events. For example, we are selling our own things, the folklores and the stuff that Ivan made.
Yeah.
Kind of stuff. And then we gain all the money by the charity, and then we use our charity to make this kind of stuff and fund all these materials for our experiment.
And also, we are selling Ivan's product in this van, and we have funds, and these funds can support our future projects.
And for the raw material, as you mentioned, we use the food waste from our school canteen. And there's 2 canteens from our school, so the amount of waste that people can imagine is really huge.
Yeah.
That's the raw material for the whole process to going on.
We'll take a question from Christina and then from Shubhra.
So worldwide, there is a major issue about e-waste generation. And I think according to the latest UN figures, so that's probably valued at maybe 10 kilograms per capita. So each of us carry that around, and only 22% of them can be recycled safely. And one of the most cutting-edge research area in the world is actually looking at how to use food waste, like the peels of orange, bananas, etc., to create biodegradable electronic components that can be used to create future computing components, all the data centers, etc. So I don't know if you guys have been thinking about beyond what you guys have already done wonderfully well, maybe the next step to really take the green revolution to the next level is looking at how to use food waste to create biodegradable electronic components to really ensure the e-waste we're generating in the years ahead is not going to turn our planet into the same situation like the movie WALL-E. What do you think? Thank you.
Definitely, because we already have the fundamental impact as I mentioned, because we are collaborating with the Shanghai Minhang district. So I think if we have the further development, I think it will have more impact than this project.
And also, we're actually holding a summit, a sustainable summit in our school per year, like annually. So we're actually inviting all the other brands of sustainability, which upholds our student voices, and also the other schools to elaborate on our own point. So we're thinking of when we're actually having this kind of communication with others, not only in our whole school, own campus, right? We are actually going to have a big change in our mind when we actually have a fundamental impact on the environment. We would like to elaborate and expand it onto onto the other, the things that you mentioned. Yeah.
I think you've mentioned that have we ever considered to make it into some like electronic devices? I think we have already composed them into other products than electronic devices. Like we compose the kitchen waste into fertilizers, or like we feed them with fish and then we can sell this fish. So we're actually already doing products by through the kitchen waste, and we will expand the varieties of products as this experiment can expand in later times.
Thank you. We'll take the last question from Shubhra.
Yeah, very fascinating how small, simple, and honest the project is. I want to ask, very similar to what Christina just asked, about from flies and fishes, what would be the next step? Have you thought of putting something into the mix beyond fly and fish?
Yeah. Like Lucy mentioned before, we are collaborating with other international schools. So we want to for the next summit, we want to introduce other international school about this whole process, the aquaponics system, the whole process, and maybe in that school they can use our funding. So there's a collaboration, and they can use our funding to create this whole system. So maybe influence the students in their school, and their students influence other,
And also I want to expand on that, because as Lucy mentioned in her presentation, our materials and things aren't actually really cheap. So it really needs funding from no matter it's your whole school or your own charity. So it might not be actually realistic for us to actually, for the other schools to actually fund this, because not all schools have this kind of ability to afford that. But we have this concept lying here. So we want to invite all the other students from our own Huazhao community to come to our school, and then we will uphold all the summits and all the free classes that we are going to deliver by our own materials. So our next step lying ahead on this project is that we want to expand this kind of concept to not only our campus, but also a wider community in our region.
And also by considering the perspective of experiments, we are considering to widen the species that are involved in this experiment. So not only the ones we are shown in here, we're considering to maybe involve chickens, and then also widen the species of plants when doing the experiment. So we will expand the scale of our experiment later on.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause, everyone.
Thank you.
But I want to ask judges a question. How long do you need? I'm sure your job is quite difficult.
A long time.
Yes. Unfortunately, you have 50 minutes. 50. Okay, we will be, all of us, can I have everyone's attention? All of us will be back here at exactly 4 o'clock. And I'm sure you don't want to be late because we will announce the winners. So there's a refreshment break now. You have 50 minutes. So please join us in the main reception for refreshments. Thank you. If any one of your team members or your chaperones, if they are missing. Okay, great. I will hand over to my colleague Joe. Over to you.
Can you hear me all right? Wow, what a day. It's been so impressive. Honestly, I have learnt such a lot. I'm so impressed with the research that all of the student teams have done, all of those really innovative ideas. They were absolutely incredible. And as for the teachers, gosh, I wish there'd been inspiring teachers like you around when I was at school, because I might have taken a bit more notice of in my science lessons. So thank you very much for all of the hard work that you've put in, not only the hard work, but also the effort in entering our competition, in coming here and visiting us here in Oxford. I don't know about you, but I think actually having the finals in Oxford has worked out quite well this year for us. So thank you very much for visiting, and hopefully you've seen a little bit more about our fantastic institution here in Oxford. But I'd like to also thank the judges who've had a really difficult job over the last few hours. You don't know the debates that have been going on in our little room that we've been given. It has been very, very difficult, and I have to say it has been so, so close. So whatever happens, you are all winners here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to invite Professor Julian Reinecker to come up onto the stage and talk to you a little bit about some of, our observations as judges. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Joe. Yes, I can only agree with what Joe said. You made our job so incredibly difficult. We were so incredibly impressed by all the energy and all the enthusiasm, but also by all the research and the hard work that you've put into producing very, very well-detailed, well-presented solutions. And it was amazing. Some of the solutions you came up with addressed two problems at once. So we had a really, really hard time making decisions, but I think you're all here. You've already, been selected amongst thousands of entries that we've had. So I can only agree that you're all winners, and it was really a celebration of what you've done, what you've achieved already, to be here and to present your amazing projects to us today. So for the teacher finals, we were looking at, what is doable, what is practical, what can actually work in a classroom situation. And then we were trying to balance it with how innovative is the proposal. How much is it deviating and adding to what is already happening in schools? And so there was a difficult decision between practicality and innovativeness. And I think we also saw very different proposals from, a technology-led solution to kind of a very non-technology-led solution. And we could see how in some settings, maybe not using technology can also be a huge advantage because it becomes much more tangible, and it can be a solution that can be applied globally without many pre-requirements that maybe in many schools we don't have. So it was really difficult to make a decision because we had to kind of balance off all these different criteria that we were looking at. But I think all the curriculum innovations that were presented to us, I think they were all really fantastic, and they really showed, what kind of leaders you are here in the education space, and what fantastic innovations and new curriculum developments you bring into the schoolroom, into the classroom, and we hope that many more schools can learn from these amazing examples. Then the student presentations, we just were blown away by the energy that you had in presenting here on stage. I know it's quite intimidating, right? I mean, I'm still intimidated standing on the stage, and this is where, I teach my students a lot. So for you to come up here and presenting, not even knowing this room, not even, being half jet-lagged, I mean, oh my God, you all did such an amazing job. You can all be so proud of yourselves. So I think here we had this very, very difficult trade-off that we faced between the feasibility of the solutions, maybe the technical feasibility, and then also the boldness of the solution that you presented. And I think many of you presented quite bold solutions, and they can be transformational if they work. And you've really shown us that you were able to think through. Some of you have brought prototypes or have already developed prototypes, or done kind of very actionable research in your schools to really try out whether these solutions actually work. You brought results of what the improvements actually are, what is possible, to really give us a glimpse of what can happen if your solution was adopted and could be scaled up. So again, that was incredibly, incredibly impressive. We could just see how, you really bring these new ideas, but also through all the research that you've done, not only on the technicality of the solution, but also the supply chain. Who will be the suppliers? Who will be the partners? And what is the business model? How actually are you going to scale the solution? So, and to do this within a very short amount of time, it was really fantastic. So all of the projects that were presented were of really, really high quality. So I think as judges, that's, our heads, they were fuming in the little room. So we had some, animated discussions because, sometimes we agreed, sometimes we did not agree, or we had different ideas. So we really had a really, really hard time making the decision. So thank you again to all of you for the energy that you brought here today. And I think with that, it's time, to stop talking and actually announcing the winners of today. And I think for this, I will hand over to Joe. Yes? Okay. Or is it, we'll hand over to Mette first?
Yeah, we'll manage.
Okay. I'm so sorry.
Don't worry, you can see that we have not rehearsed this bit. So thank you very much, Julianne. So I'd now like to welcome, I'm absolutely thrilled to welcome our brand new Dean, Professor Mette Morsing, to come to the stage. Mette joined us about a month ago now, and I'm so pleased that she's here on a Sunday to be with us. But also the great news for us is that one of her special interests and passions is sustainability. So welcome.
Thank you so very, very much. Thank you. Of course I'm here on a Sunday. This is amazing. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honor to stand here today and welcome you all to the Oxford Global Climate Change Challenge Finals. You have come a long way. You worked hard to be here today. And I'm really thrilled to see all of you in the room here, and also for you to have concluded a big part of your job. And as I look around this hall filled with students, but not only students, also teachers, colleagues, judges, partners from every corner of the world, I feel both inspired and deeply assured. Inspired by your ideas and reassured by your determination to actually go through a lot of work to get here today. Because if there's one truth we can all agree on, it is that addressing the climate crisis requires not only science, policy, new business models and capital, but imagination, empathy, and education. And I think it's fair to say as I've sort of heard of your work, that you brought all of that. You've also brought the last bits of it, the imagination, the empathy, and education into this very moment today. And I understand there was 1,600 entries from 75 countries. Let me just remind you about this number. And again, how few of you actually made it right here today. So congratulate yourselves on that. And your work has already from the very beginning and until today shown something truly extraordinary, a shared determination to confront that climate crisis that we know are out there, and with your intellect, with your imagination, and with your integrity. At the University of Oxford and here at Saïd Business School, we have long believed that business and education must work together as forces for good. And the world does not need more competition for resources. We know very well how to do that. But it needs exactly what you have proven here over the past period. It needs collaboration for solutions. It does not need leaders who act alone. It needs leaders who listen, who learn, and who lead with purpose. No leader can lead in isolation. Good leadership takes a team. And that belief is very much the heart of this very challenge and what you have proven that you master. It connects young people who dare to think differently with educators who show how knowledge becomes action. And together, reminding us that the fight against climate change is not a technical problem to be solved. It's a human story to be rewritten. And I've heard about the diversity in the conversations that you have brought into these classrooms here at Saïd Business School. And I've heard about how you have introduced technology-enabled approaches that turn waste into opportunity, curriculum that teach climate diplomacy, global citizenship, and creative teaching tools. Even a board game, I heard, that helps students explore the science of climate change in ways that are engaging and accessible. Not the way I was teaching, as a kind of a one-way sort of style, just standing on the stage and preaching, but exactly that kind of engaging two-way, multiple ways of engaging in the classroom that we need today. At Oxford Saïd, you will know that we often speak of creating impact from within, nurturing individuals who use their insight, courage, and compassion to transform the systems around you. And that philosophy lies at the heart of everything we do, from our research as responsible business to our programs in global inclusion and youth education. And today we see this reflected so clearly in your projects. So I'd like to take this moment just to thank those who make this actually possible, to make you come here today and be here on this very final day. First, to our students and teachers, for your brilliance, your energy, and your belief that education can change the world. You remind us why we're here. Thank you. And of course also to Joe Fawkes and the entire Global Inclusion and Youth Education team, whose tireless dedication has brought this challenge from concept to actually a global stage. Thank you, Joe and team. And many thanks also to Professor Juliane Reinicke, whose world-class academic leadership ensures that this work remains intellectually rigorous and globally relevant. Thank you, Juliane. Where are you? Yeah. And also to our partners, thank you for helping us extend the reach of this competition and for bringing so many young minds into the Oxford community. And finally, to our judges and to our mentors, whose expertise and dedication and care uphold the integrity of this challenge. Thank you for your time and for your wisdom. Thank you. And as we celebrate today's achievements, let us remember that the ideas we have heard are not the end of a process. Please remember that. It's not an end. This is a beginning of a new one. Each of you carries the potential to influence change far beyond this room. You've shown that courage and curiosity can coexist with discipline and precision, and that data and empathy together can belong in the same conversation. It's very much like Alice in Wonderland, you know, that comes out of this institution, actually. Data and empathy. It was the author, as you may know, was a mathematician who created that magic around us. And this is what you have shown also in your work here. So to all our finalists here today, whether this journey takes you next, or wherever this journey takes you next, continue to ask the difficult questions and continue to collaborate across boundaries and continue to believe, as we do here in Oxford, that education, when grounded in purpose, is the most powerful climate technology we have. And just, you know, I brought my golden jacket here today because I know we have 5 teams and there'll be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But, you know, let this golden jacket remind you that you are all winners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mehdi. Well, I hope all of you are ready. Or should we announce the winners, or, you know, we can take another refreshment break. What do you say? Break? How many? Hands up? No? Okay. We won't take much of your time. I'm going to request our Director of Global Inclusion and Youth Education, Joe, to kindly come up and announce the winners.
Thank you, Anshul. So please, Meta, can you come and join me on stage? And also you, Leanne, to hand out the prizes. Have we got the envelopes?
Glasses.
I've got my glasses on.
We'll get them to join.
Thank you.
So, for the teachers, we need to have a drum roll. Should we do a drum roll? Gosh, this was so difficult, as I said, that I have to say that we've got 2 runners-up, joint runners-up, because we couldn't take a decision. It was just so difficult. So in no particular order, the first runner-up is Christopher Rowley. Congratulations. Piece of heavy glassware to put in your luggage. Go home. Sustainable, recyclable glass. Okay, so the next runner-up, joint runner-up, is Roudaina with her lovely board game. I don't know whether she's online still. Oh no, what a shame. What a shame. We'll pass on the good news to her. So well done, Roudaina. And the final moment, after all this work, the winner is Joanna Chen. Well done. Actually, they're not quite as heavy as I thought, so hopefully it'll be all right. So, students, are you ready? Oh, the participating ones. Oh, please. Yes, I'm sorry. I was like, I didn't recognize the names of the teams. So please, can all the participating teachers come up? So first of all, Soma, would you like to come up and have your photograph taken? And our next finalist was Matt. Well done, Matt. That was really great.
Thank you. Thank you.
And finally, Woon. So second time round. Students, gosh, another very, very difficult one. And so again, we couldn't make up our minds. So we have got 2 joint runners-up as well. So another drum roll, please. So the first runner-up is Team Coil.
Yes.
Who's going to carry the trophy? Which one of you? So hold it, yes.
Thank you. Well done.
I'll let them get back to their seats. And the second joint runner-up is Myco Future.
Yeah, get your hats on.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Congratulations. No, we will, don't worry.
So if you could just look at our photographer first there, and I know you've got a very, very proud teacher there.
hand, everyone. Come on.
And the winning student team of the 2025 Oxford Saïd Global Climate Challenge competition is Boom Bloom Bio.
Congratulations. Yeah. Congratulations. Yeah. Congratulations. Congratulations.
We'll see you in the summer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fantastic. And so can we invite the other teams up to the stage, please? Let's do it in order. So Team Cyanohex.
Congratulations.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Look.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you.
Do you have more pictures or something?
We'll have some more in a minute.
We can have some more. Thank you. Thank you.
And then let's welcome back our friends from China, the Black Soldiers Fly Committee.
Yeah. Congratulations. Yeah. Oh, she doesn't want it. Yes, congratulations.
Fantastic. Actually, stay there because it would be really lovely if we can have a group picture on the stage. So can I please ask all the student teams and the teachers to come up to the stage and we'll try and...
Can we get the student teams first?
Okay.
And then we'll move on to the teachers and then all together. Can I request the judges to please join in as well? And Paul, can you please join us for the group photo? Paul. Paul. Can you join us for the group photo, please, on the stage? Christina, please.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so lovely. Yes. So lovely. Mm.
Are you from Denmark?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
And you have the Little Mermaid.
Yes, that's right. We do. That's
I grew
true.
up watching Anderson's
Oh, really? Yes. Where did you grow up?
I grew up lab in China.
Where in China?
Nanjing.
Okay, yes,
Have you been
yes.
there?
No, I've not. I've not.
It's famous for the roast.
Yes, that's right. Yes, so cute.
Can we get some of you to sit down?
We have a row at the front, just sat down, just try and bunch in a bit. Yeah, nice and close to the front.
Judges don't hide at the back. To the sides, please. Yeah.
Are you?
You're the important lady.
No, I didn't do it.
Christina,
Yes, please.
front. Paul, we need you as
Yes.
well.
I can
please.
sit Yes. there if-
All right, you can sit.
I sit.
I tried to sit. Okay. I'll go the other end.
Okay, great. Everyone see me? Great, looking into the camera, big smiles. You made it to Oxford, guys. Come on. Amazing, thank you.
Everyone stay where you are. Stay where you are. Students, sit back down. Stay where you are. Can we get the teachers to join in, please? There's the boss.
I will make it. Yeah. I go at the edge here.
There's a bit more space on this side. There's cameras everywhere. Where to look? Okay, great. Looking here. Okay, look that way.
That was lovely. Yes.
Thank you, everyone. We have free time now. Okay, let's go. All right, everyone, settle down, settle down. We have a very important announcement. So if you can please take your seats for a few more minutes. All right.
Thank you. We were just saying that Anshul has, I think he's channeling me actually, because I'm normally the really bossy one. So thank you very much, everyone, for your attention, because I know it's really exciting. So just before we close today, I just want to share some news about the future of this competition. And we've been so impressed with all the entries, and we've realized that most of you are including a technology component in your solutions. So for our 2026 competition, we are going to run it as a global climate tech competition. So it'll still be the same categories, but what we're going to encourage the students and the teachers to think about are technology applications of the fantastic solutions that they come up with. So we will be opening our entries later this year, but please do encourage you to enter, and also to encourage your schools to enter as well. The standards have been so fantastically high, and we hope that this will encourage more students to enter and more teachers to enter going forward. So thank you very much again, and we really can't wait to see what you create next. Thanks, everyone. Oh, and most importantly, dinner is at 6:30. So, or is that going to be in the pyramid room?
In the pyramid room.
Okay, so how are they going to get there?
We'll find all of them at 6.
We'll find you in reception area at 6:20. Thank you very much.